Hello again everybody, and a very warm welcome back to the channel. Who knows what's going to happen today, but those of you who were with us yesterday, thanks for bearing with us during what was a really frustrating live stream. But we tried to get through it, and today we're going to try and get all the way from Gatwick to Samos in the fantastic PMDG 737-800 and our FlyUK Fly2 livery as well. If you're new to the channel, hit subscribe down below. Don't forget throughout to give the stream a like, and if you do want to join a virtual airline that gives you quite a lot of routes, challenges and all sorts of other tours and things, then check out flyuk.aero for Fly2, FlyUK, all that sort of thing. It is really good. Darcy2, hello. Badger, Gav, David L, Mikael, Alberta, good morning, and Matthew, hope you're all okay. VATSIM, yeah, that's a point as well. So I've not flown for FlyUK for almost 2 months just because of SIM instability issues, new products being released. It's just not happened that well for us. So from midnight tonight, my FlyUK account could potentially be deactivated if I don't complete a flight. And I'm hoping today we can get all the way to the other side without a crashed desktop. But here we are, fantastic looking livery for Fly2. Which is FlyUK's leisure arm, if you like, similar to Jet2, I suppose. And this is one of their routes, Gatwick to Samos. We're on the VATSIM network, stand 569. And if we look at Navigraph today, by the way, I have no idea how far we're going to get today before we get some sort of problem, but I'm hoping for the best. I've got all fingers and toes and everything else crossed. We're going to depart 08 right, initially on the Oddvic to Zulu departure, unless ATC tell us otherwise. Maximum up to 6,000 feet and 250 knots for that climb out. Our taxi to 08 right is going to take us out from the North Terminal on Pier 5, down Quebec Alpha, Lima, Romeo, Juliet, most likely. Although sometimes I have had routings that go Quebec Alpha, Lima, all the way through past the control tower on Sierra, out onto Juliet. Depending on how busy it is, we can get taxi to Juliet, Juliet 1. Sometimes we get backtrack on 26 right as well, so it all depends on what the tower controllers basically tell us to do. There we are, taxi restrictions with all the hold points. You've got Juliet 1, 2 and 3, 4, hotels, golfs. We are very heavy today as well. Almost as heavy as we were yesterday, so I want to see how this aircraft performs. We've got Valanta fired up as well. Justin, thank you. UC, hello buddy. Thank you very much. Let's hope so. I do hope we get a bit further. I would be rather devastated otherwise. At this rate, I'll be doing Glasgow to Barra to keep my account active. 1218 for ground. And we've got ATIS information Charlie on board. QNH 1022. We're expecting 08 right on Rig 2 Zulu departure, so let's talk to the tower. Gatwick ground, good afternoon, Skyways 2066, stand 569, Boeing 737-800 with Charlie on board to request IFR clearance to Samos, please. David, good afternoon, Yoep, hello buddy.
Good afternoon, Gatwick ground, clear to Samos, filed Oddvic 2 Zulu departure, spot 1421, QNH 1022.
Cleared to Samos, Oddvic 2 Zulu departure, QNH 1022, squawk 1421, Skyways 2066.
Skyways 2066, feedback correct. Ryanair 5 Juliet Mike, request push out star on standby.
Now I've noticed today, frames are shocking. That's all good, I think we can...
Juliet Mike, stand 16, push and start approved, face west.
Oh, dear me. I've changed page file. Somebody told me to go back to automatically managed page file today. So because of that, I've noticed the frames are rather inconsistent, bizarrely. We are on APU. We're going to make sure we're on APU Gen and ground services with the parking brake set. Wheel chocks are removed. PSV, so I'm intentionally not using it today. I'm trying to thin out all the things I'm using, and therefore, yeah, we're not using it. FS actions. One question though I do have is with pushback here, this is what always confuses me. Is it standard L turn nose right? It's turn nose left, isn't it, for this? Because we're right at the top of a cul-de-sac and we want the nose to be opposite to this. And it's from the view of the pushback driver, isn't it? I think that would be the case anyway. Joe Flight Simmer, thank you, buddy. Fingers crossed, hopefully your crashes stop as well. Okay, so on the checklist, it's hard, isn't it? Because at any point this could crash to desktop, and I just don't know I don't know if it's going to get us to the other side. And I'm so desperately wanting to fly into Samos today.
Gatwick 2320, stand 560, push and start is approved, face down.
Fuel pumps are on. We're very full on the centre tanks today. 5.5 tonnes of fuel in the centre tanks. APU's gen is on. Isolation valve is auto. Altimeter set, transponder set. Fueling loading board complete. Takeoff data set. Our V2 speed today is 153 knots. V2 plus 10, 163 knots. Flight directors are on. Radio frequencies are set, and the ground equipment is clear. So we're going to request our pushback clearance. And let's keep everything crossed, folks. Skyways 2066, fully ready for stand 569, request push stop.
Skyways 2066, stand 569, and push start is approved.
Push start approved, Skyways 2066. Neo, hello, I'm not ignoring you, but I'm trying to get this all done neatly. Govind, yep, I have already done that. It's on flightsim.to. Let's get that off.
Cockpit to ground. Go ahead.
About 3 hours, Dutch captain.
Cleared for pushback and start. They want the tail
Yeah,
to
I'm
our
using.
right.
Oh, hold on. Tail to our right.
Push, tail to the right. Parking brakes release, please. Brakes released.
Okay, well now I'm not sure if we're going to push back the correct way.
Brakes released. Here we go.
Absolutely no idea.
Go for push and start.
Oh, it should be nose left. From the view of the tug driver.
Reported in the Gulf hold position. I'll call you back in case of traffic pushing.
Oh, hold on a second. Getting sidetracked. Turn the packs off. No, guys, it's what we picked wrong. Nose left is actually not correct. Oh, for goodness sake. My frames are absolutely shocking here today for some reason as well. Oh, what on earth is going on? Why is it so reversed? Yeah, so it should be from the driver's view as we're all pointing out here, but it's not. For some reason it's the opposite, and interestingly I can't actually turn it the other way. Right. You know what? This is going to be real messy, folks. But I can't actually get it to turn. I've got an idea. Let me reset this. Let's see what happens. Okay.
Beaver 2544,
Actually,
ready for
this'll
push
work.
start.
Let's do this.
Beaver 2544, stand 36, push and start is approved, face west. Push start facing west, Beaver 2544.
There we go. Ha! The controller's going to have absolutely no idea what is going on, but we're facing the correct direction now. That's the main thing. We're on self-drive, so that's the point of this one that we're on at the moment. We're using the PMDG self-driving function of the tug, so we can steer it. Naturally, it is obvious that I need to put in a lot of work with this. Let's make sure that is deactivated. So we're looking at engine 1 now as well. PKG's never got it to turn either. Interesting. Okay, so it's not just me then. It's always good to know. Move gens. Oops. 1 and 2. We're going to check that. Make sure we have done it properly. We have. We'll leave it on gen 1. Hot probe heat's on. Anti-ice as required. APU gen bus is off. It's bleed from the engines. Packs are on auto, isolation valve auto. Recirc fans left and right, both on automatic. That's not going to work for us, it's fine. That's all looking good. We want to do our control system checks. So, all right on the ailerons, back to neutral, fully left. Back to neutral, all the way rear, all the way forwards, and then checking the rudders, right, neutral, left. We're actually going to do that again because it seems to be overly sensitive. Sometimes the sim just needs a little bit of a help. So I'm just going to do a couple of brake checks as well, reset that, and we want flat 5, 1, 2, 3. Order brake set RTO, and taxi lights now on as well, so that's all good. Bicycle recall. Skywise 2066, request taxi.
Skywise 2066, hold position, call you back.
Okay, hold position, Skywise 2066. Towers next. Oh no, they're not next, they've logged off, brilliant. And approach logged off.
Available, 1 Unicom, 122, decimal 8, bye-bye.
Well, that's annoying.
After Unicom, Ryanair, South Charlotte, Mike, thanks, have a good day.
128. Engine TCPs are looking nice and stable as well. Ahmed, good afternoon. Oh, Dirty, that's a strange one. Saying that he's having an issue at Brisbane with Gen 1 and 2 fault on the Fenix A320. Sure to suggest. Flight control's full and free. We've done the elevator trim. We've done flaps as required. LNAV, VNAV need to go armed. So LNAV, VNAV, auto thrust. Both flight directors are on. Honey, fantastic. Where are you going to? Kenneth, good evening.
Skywise 2066, follow the company 737, taxi order by Juliet 4, runway 08 right via Quebec Alpha, Lima, Quebec and Juliet.
Follow the company traffic and taxi to hold point runway 08 left via Quebec Alpha, Lima, Quebec and Juliet, Skywise 2066.
Skywise 2066, confirm, hold short 08 right.
Apologies, hold short 08 right, Skywise 2066. I knew I'd get it wrong.
44, ready for taxi. FlyUK 77800 has passed left to right behind Quebec Alpha, stand 5.
It's Quebec Alpha, Lima, Quebec, Juliet. Nice easy taxi route for us, and we're following the FlyUK variant of this paint scheme, or the 737-800 instead today.
Speedbird 2544, ready for taxi. Speedbird 2544, taxi Lima, Papa, Juliet, hold short, Quebec. Lima, Papa, Juliet, holding short, Quebec.
This is so bright. Little EasyJet's A320 there, watching us taxi on past, and we're following our FlyUK pilot there. That's the main company sort of livery for the virtual airline, and then the one that we're in is this one, which looks epic.
No CTDSSSS.
Annie, thank you, buddy. So far, but I don't want to jinx it. Oh, hello. So one thing that I'm doing today is actually run my SLC. It's running in the background, basically as my RAM gets full. It's going to constantly delete it. It's going to delete the stuff that's cached. We found yesterday, bizarrely, I had about 43 gigabytes of stuff cached in my 64 gig of RAM, which is insane. No idea if that is causing the issues that we've had, but nevertheless, we tweaked that today to try and see if it is causing the problem. Matt, hello, saying that's odd. You have cabin textures for GLME, but external textures for FLMF. Let me see. Can't see any differences there. Oh wait, you mean the cell cow? Anthony, good morning. AOS Simulations, hello as well. My frames are pretty trashy here today, aren't they? Bizarre. KMS Bismarck saying, what mods are you using on MSFS for getting better graphics? Nothing really. Anthony S, no, this is Scene or Origami Studios, London Gatwick Airport scenery, in fact. Bakazato, indeed, so far. Let's get ahead of this Speedbird. I want to keep with the company traffic there.
Speedbird 2544, continue taxi, modified Juliet 7, runway 08 right via Juliet, Tango and 26 right. Juliet Tango 26 right up to Juliet 7, Speedbird 2544.
Oof, Gav says someone's lining up with another on final. I can see them in the distance actually. There was, I don't know if he's just departed. No, there's a British Airways 777 there. Looking rather smart. Farish, yes, I've run model lib in add-on linker and the scenery lib as well. Is it the other one? You know
November
what I mean.
169, that's November, inbound for landing.
He's on ground.
Please folks, look out for this taxi.
Seb, hello! Couple of FlyUK staff in here today. Jeff, I don't want to jinx it. We've been able to start up pushback in taxi so far, that's all I'm going to say. What on earth? You know what, I forgot how bad Gatwick can be on VATSIM sometimes. That was an angry go around. He's buzzed the Ryanair effectively because the Ryanair lined up, but I don't know. No, Doc, yeah, BA have got 777 fleet and an Airbus fleet at Gatwick, or indeed did have an Airbus fleet at Gatwick, but I think now they've gone to that smaller variant, haven't they? Or that sidearm. I think that it's now currently being outsourced via Vueling, I believe.
Skyline 2320, no further agency available, Monitor Unicom 122.8, bye-bye. Monitor Unicom 1228, Skyline 2320.
Bitsy, hello. With FlyUK, those of you wondering what it is or how you start with it all, basically. Unicom 1228 for Skyways 2066. Thanks very much. Have a good day. Effectively, you start as a Class E pilot. So you're flying Cessna Caravans, for example, around New Zealand. Highly recommend those. Really, really nice flights around Milford Sound and things like that, using the Caravan. Great opportunity for sightseeing in Microsoft Flight Simulator as well. And then eventually work up the ranks and it'll unlock other aircraft. So eventually you get enough hours, you get into the airliners, you get into the A320, the 737, that sort of thing. Very, very good. Steve, hello, 7378 Cape Naples to Kos. He started his descent at Athens there in the chat with sound and stutters and frames all over. Oh, good grief. It doesn't fill us with much confidence, does it?
Gatwick traffic, Skyways 2320 is taxiing.
Bitsy, absolutely no idea. It's in the hands of the sim gods, sadly. We're getting weird cache issues though.
Getting traffic, go down 0 bound, we must have a nice 089.
Dirty 2's Phoenix, he's had to deploy the rat. Forever Game, we're off to Samos, one of Europe's most dangerous airports. If we make it. It's a long journey, 3 and a bit hours. No idea if we are going to make it. Hopefully we do, but only time will tell. It's dependent on whether or not the sim wants to crash the desktop on us, basically. Yeah. Not even going to talk about that thing that's just appeared. That's John, I believe. Hopefully we're going to be able to... I mean, that aircraft there, obviously, that is going to be why Tower and Approach are probably logged off, because they're just getting sick of it. We're on Rex weather, Faris. Don't trust live weather at the moment. That was we turned that on yesterday, and we got some of the memory issues. So I've intentionally left it off today as one of the sort of things to maybe try and help. Nabil, hello. Yeah, so we did that. Obviously, we reinstalled Windows very recently as well. I was kind of hoping that was going to solve the problem.
Gatwick traffic, Skyway 2320, holding runway 08 right, Juliet 1. Gatwick traffic.
Got a screenshot of preparing. There's the BA aircraft there as well, lined up with EasyJet taxiing behind too. I'm James. Yeah, so we did a complete reinstallation of Windows recently. Those of you who weren't there, we're getting a whole plague of blue screens and all sorts, and ended up reinstalling Windows in its entirety, wiping my entire, both SSDs, and starting again effectively. Gatwick traffic, Skywise 2066 is holding short Juliet 3, number 2 for departure.
Gatwick traffic, Skywise 2320, lining up from my 08 right.
Okay, so at the holds, we're going to go fuel flow, reset rates, down the bottom, we're going to pop the transponder on, traffic goes on, we might as well use terrain mode as well, and we're just going to confirm runway 08 right, and we've got our correct stuff all set up for our routing as well. MCP nav data radio is all set, and we're ready for departure. We'll hold at Juliet 1. Well, but no idea what that means.
Gatwick traffic, Skywise 2320 is taking off runway 08 right on the Optic to Zulu departure.
Okay, start 2 minutes.
Eagles have 8 for 880 Alpha push to start, 5118 down.
Wowzers, that was quick. Gatwick traffic, Skyways 2066 is lining up runway 08 right from Juliet 1. Gatwick traffic. That's all set. One final press. By the time we've lined up, that'll be about 2 minutes, so it'll have worked out the times nicely. This is to give us, because we're on the same routing today. We're both flying the same route. We need to have separation on our route effectively. First time departing Gatwick for a very long time too. Ron, hello buddy. Yeah, keeping my fingers crossed all the way here today. Gonna have an arthritic middle finger and an index finger by the end of the day, I'm sure. Gatwick traffic, Skyways 2066, taking off runway 08 right, Gatwick 2 Zulu departure, Gatwick traffic. Stick forwards, off on the brakes. Engine T&Ps look stable.
Gatwick traffic, speedbird 2544, line up and wait, runway 08 right.
Toga. Maintaining the centre line, checking the windsock as we pass it as well.
Airspace alive.
It's fairly straight down the runway with a minimal crosswind component. Start to relieve the nose wheel pressure. We're very heavy today, folks, 74 tonnes. Heaviest we've ever taken off in the 737-800s.
V1.
Rotate. Watching for the tail strike. Climbing away, increasing our pitch. Gear up. There's Skytrack. Through 600. Let's go to CMD A engage. LNAV, VNAV confirmed active. Pop that off. Runway turn off lights off. Order brake off. Let's take the risk. Let's not take the risk. Oh my god. What happened to the frames? The only difference with the frames today was using ISLC, which is removing the RAM cache as we fly. Anything over
traffic,
1,000 megabytes or something like that. Mikhail, thanks buddy, really appreciate that. Thanks for the super chat. Flaps going up. Gatwick traffic Skyway 2066, airborne 2,500 feet for 6,000. I am Rab, yeah.
Before Lima Golf, line up runway 08 right, Gatwick traffic.
A little something to
Flaps up,
help
no
you out
lights.
solving your PC probes.
Thank you, Mikhail. Really appreciate that. Ronnie, howdy. We're airborne. That's all we can say so far. John, sticking with the SID restrictions. Yeah, me too. I'll let VNAV do its thing. Barris, the frames are shocking. Quite frequently, I've ended up with 11 frames per second, which is really bizarre. That's rare, very rare. Is it the page file thing that's causing that? No idea. But anyway, we're up. It's the most we can say at the moment.
Got traffic easy 47 off, taking off from runway 08 right.
User traffic to the 880 Alpha taxiing Alpha hold on the runway 10 on a line.
Sebastian, you just have to download it. Download the file from the PMDG website, and then you need to put in your license number. David, interesting, okay. I don't really know how to use ISLC, to be honest. I've got it running in the background, but should I stop the process? You'd think 64 gig of RAM though can take it. Let's go outside again. Okay, so you're just struggling with Gatwick, look. So we're level at 6 at the moment, which is basically respecting the altitude constraints. Look at that. Oh, but no, it's nothing to do with the aircraft. It's just some of the issues we're having inside MSFS at the moment. Rather frustrating issues, it has to be said. I just want to get to Samos. Yeah, David, there is that as well. Dan, is that the game filter? I've just turned it off. Yeah, freeware gatters, can't even use that. This was the Origami Studios one that we used. But usually, even yes, was it the other day we flew into Gatwick? It was it worked nicely enough. Flightforce says get on the beta, but the thing is, we should have had Sim Update 10 by now, shouldn't we? I'd like to think that that'll be coming this week. What was the date for that actually being released? I forget now. I know it got pushed back, of course, and then they jetted off to Gamescom, leaving us with a whole manner of issues. Oh, I think VATSIM just went down. Did anyone else get booted off VATSIM just then? End receive failed. A connection attempt failed because the connected party did not respond after a period of time. Well, the connected host has failed to respond. Disconnected from network. John, I saw that. Next couple of weeks. Maybe I do need to get on the Sim Update 10 beta then, because I can't bear Sim Update 9 anymore. It's so messed up for me. I just want to fly my 737-800. Back into the climb. Let's go to local pressure now, or standard pressure, sorry. David's gone onto the beta. Interesting, okay. Is there anything funky you have to do when they actually release the real version of Sim Update 10, or is it all good? There's me being lazy with the course look. Let's set that properly. NVIDIA are working with FlightSim to fix DirectX 12. You'd like to think, I mean, we're on DirectX 11 to be honest as well. That's what we're still on. They've scrubbed the Artemis launch, and Doyle says because of a hydrogen leak. Interesting. Okay, we're through 10. We're about to go through 10. You know what I forgot as well? Get the APU off. I thought I'd switch that off. I must have misclicked it or something. Oh well. Have we put those back on off as well? Now they are. Put the logo lights off. See, it's funny, isn't it? Just one thing of the sim being a little bit unstable can just throw you so much. Oh, David, okay, yeah, I'm on the MS Store version of MSFS. Yeah, Pro would definitely help. It would help if I knew what I was doing with it, to be honest. Neil says the Artemis launch was scrubbed due to a bleed system on engine 3 not working. Couldn't pre-cool the engine enough for launch. Okay. Sounds bad. Don't know what it means though. Over, up ahead. Para keeps getting memory messages and crashes. Rab says the crash to desktops really get you down. He says he finds no difference with DLSS, probably because he's using a 3080 Ti. So I did like a stress test on my system with I can't remember what it's called now. Something beginning with H that somebody told me to download yesterday. And it pushed my rig really hard to the point my GPU hit 75 degrees Celsius, a whole load of other stuff, and it really pushed my my rig, and it threw back no errors. It got all the way to the end of the benchmark and lasted. So, oh Bob, yeah, see, that just sounds too risky for me, and my install at the moment isn't in a custom location. Blown up, yes, you press and hold the menu button in cold and dark, just for a couple of seconds, and then you'll see it will turn itself on with just FS actions and PMDG menu in there. How's the cabin pressure looking? Pretty good. Appear to have misclicked the landing light there as well. We get charged for the bulb usage here. Oh, look at that coastline. Wonderful. Screenshot. Dover, Dover. Be underneath the aeroplane. Dan says, what's your current GPU temperature sitting at? It should be at 65 to 70 degrees during cruise on cockpit view. Can I go into Task Manager safely during the flight without causing issues? Or? I'm James. That's one theory that, I mean, we haven't done it today, but somebody, I think MPS Gaming suggested yesterday, to turn down my clock speed of my RAM from 3200 to 3000. Okay, let's have a look. GPU, 59 degrees. Damn. 58 degrees now. My SSDs are on 1%. My RAM's at 34% capacity with 6.2 gig cache data. My CPU's at, well, average about 45% as well. 58 degrees for the GPU now. I'm James. Well, I think the frame rate issue that we had out of Gatwick was the fact that I'm running this Intelligent Standby List Cleaner, ISLC. Running that in the background today. Alan, no, I set 40% and then I leave it there after I hit Toga basically until approach. Oh, Dan, I might try that offline. I don't want to fiddle around with the NVIDIA stuff on and off too much. I worry I could end up breaking it. After yesterday's experience, it was that was a pretty horrendous couple of hours for us, wasn't it? Just scratching our head and trying to get through all of the problems that we were facing. Justin, yeah, absolutely two completely different aircraft really, even though they're both 737s. The 600's a pocket rocket, like a sports car, a Ferrari version of a 737. The 800 is heavier, longer, faster, flies a bit further. Has the added risk of tail strike. So you've got to think about all this other stuff. So the 600 and the 800 are great pairing together. But like you say, it's money. Depends on what your budget is, really. If you like to fly the real routes, then the 800 has a lot more options. Peter, hello. On weekend, did my first flight in the 800. Wonderful. Frankfurt to Kos. Oh no, on the last 4,000 feet on final approach, crashed a desktop. What? I mean, did you have anything pop up? Was it memory error issue again or something else? Dirty 2, yes. I think we all got kicked off the network suddenly. Like the networks. Oh, I'm still disconnected. It's kicked me off again. Is VATSIM down, folks? I'm back online now. Very strange. Annoying thing is, tower's back online, so they've basically avoided us for our departure. Rather unfortunate. FlyUK's just added more 700 routes as well to the list. UC weird. Maybe it's the UK server. I know that went down the other day. I mean, I've just been disconnected twice. Go to Valanta for a little bit. We can see our routing for the day. We've gone straight out of Gatwick, over Dover, nice straight line eastbound, and now we're going to fly overhead Coxey, through Brussels airspace or Belgium airspace, over Brussels airport, south of Frankfurt. If we get that far, over Munich, Austria, we're going to head over Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Greece, flying overhead Thessaloniki, and then descending through the Aegean Sea into Samos. And don't forget, in Samos you've only got one approach, and it's a circling approach, manually flown, and you either have to really work to avoid Turkish airspace, because you absolutely cannot bust it, or you have to avoid hitting the hill as you fly round and down along the slope onto the approach for the runway. At the moment, that's the hilly approach is the one that we're going to be scheduled to fly. But who knows? Use is connected to Amsterdam. Okay, good. So that's what I ended up having to fly on the other day, interestingly enough. No worries. To be honest, I haven't tried it in the 737-700, I don't think. So, have we done it in the 700? Perhaps we have. I can't remember. I don't think we did. I mean, it's going to be tricky. This. I'm not sure what to expect. Thomas, indeed. Andrew, it is pretty spectacular, to be honest. The sim, when it does work, it's a fantastic bit of kit, and it's really enjoyable. Very slow climb for us. .350 is our current cruise. We're expecting 4.8 tonnes of fuel at Samos predicted at the moment. About 3.2 is our FinRes and alternate fuel. German flight sim, I've got the freeware Samos on flightsim.to. Yeah, Ian, it's tough, isn't it? It could go wrong any second, the Samos approach. You just got to commit to it, hope for the best. I'm not sure if we are going to get into it today, to be honest. We'll have to find out. Yes, Danny. Yes, quite. Sadly. If I keep the drone camera here, we should be able to spot Brussels at some point soon. Automated, good morning, thank you. Keeping my fingers crossed throughout the journey today. I mean, one thing that's different is last night, or yesterday, FSU IPC7 was updated again. Version 7.3.7 is now 7.3.8, and interestingly, installing that update, it forced me to completely uninstall FSUI PC7 in its entirety before it installed the update. So it suggests to me that, you know, could there have been a problem with that version of FSUI PC7? Who knows? The problem is, the sim doesn't tell us what the problem is. It just crashes. Ah, cool. Brussels is online. 1311. What are we inbound? Arky. Brussels Control, good afternoon, Skyways 2066. Climbing through flight level 310 for flight level 350 inbound Arky.
Carrier 2066, hello, squawk 7103, good morning, afternoon.
7103. Squawk 7103, good afternoon, Skyways 2066.
Good afternoon. Brussels Control, good afternoon, Ryanair 5 Juliet Mike, flight level 350, departure Arky.
Bing bing.
Ryanair 5 Juliet Mike, hello identified. Skyways 2320, hello identified.
Well, no, it's usually they send you a contact me request, which was the beep beep beep.
351 level 380 inbound to inbound.
Stonners, hello buddy. Hope you're okay.
351, hello, squawk 7112. 7112.
Top climbing 30 miles.
Afternoon, flight level 250.
Let's risk it. Roll the dice time. Outside view.
Interior 5309, hello, squawk 1000.
Squawk 1000. Interior 590.
Ryanair 8416 with you at flight level 11130 coming 270.
Ryanair 8416, hello, squawk 1000, climb initially 5 level 310.
Squawk 1000 Ryanair 8416.
Ryanair 8416, climb flight level 310.
I won't do too many external views today, folks, after yesterday.
Brussels Control, good afternoon, Seabird 880 Alpha with
Tech
you.
Gamer, hello. Is it the Captain Sim 777 by any chance? Because if that's the case, then that's why it's crap. Absolute trashy mod. Disgraceful payware add-on, in fact. There's nothing nice to say about it. Parasim, no I haven't. I only ever fly on VATSIM. Well, it's pretty cool, isn't it? Fly2. Part of FlyUK Virtual Airlines or Airways, forget which. Whack a smack, hopefully you're waving in your garden down below. Carl says, hope I can learn to fly this, the PMDG 737, that is. He said he's flown the fly-by-wire loads, he's got the Airbus joystick though, so I think I'll need to change that. It will still work with the Airbus joystick, you just obviously, you'll be flying a Boeing with a yoke, without a yoke instead, but I spent quite a bit of time, bearing in mind I've got the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 yoke. Oh yeah, whenever I fly the Fenix or the fly-by-wire A32NX, it's the same. I use the yoke for it, which is a bit weird, but it makes no real difference. German Flight Simmer says, how do you like the consistent fear of crash to desktops or blue screens whilst flying? For me, it's really stressing my nerves, and I have the impression it happens more in the US than in Europe, but maybe I'm wrong with that. I just don't know. I just don't know. I find it very stressful. Constantly rolling the dice every time we fly at the moment to see whether or not we're going to get a crash or a blue screen or something like that. Yesterday was just insane.
Hi, 05309, if you can hear me, level of flight level 330.
Level up flight level 330, Ito Air 5379.
Sea chime, 1,000 below. almost at our cruise now, flight level 350. Got an aircraft 20 miles ahead, that's, I suspect, Ian. No, John. Ian's in the chat.
1.75 Quebec Charlie, you still have an open mic. Hello. It's disconnected though.
Oh yeah, so for this PMDG 737, have a look at my tutorials I've created. Hopefully that will help make things a little bit smoother and a bit easier for you. And if you want to get your hands on my checklist as well, you can search for it on flightsim.to or go to our website brishavgeek.com and you'll find the PMDG 737 checklist available to download there. So do check it out. Somebody's got an open mic. Is the Latin VFR A320 worth a shot? Heard the physics are not great, Carl says. For me, I refused to preview it because I'd absolutely slammed Captain Sim because of their awful products. They're basically doing a bit of a cash grab for... Well, Captain Sim isn't the Captain Sim from what we remember years back, sadly.
Brussels Control, this is Easy 5016 with you, it's time A320.
The heck?
Flight level 380, request squawk. Easy 50.
Who's that just connected?
No, set squawk 7115.
Right, okay, that's a slew or something. He's just zoomed in.
Set squawk 7115.
That can't be right. So the aircraft there rightly warned us of traffic because of the closing speed. Absolutely no idea who that is.
Forces Control, hello, Scandinavian 452.
We'll keep an eye on it.
Scandinavian 452, hello, identified. You'll need an outflight level shortly for 33 or 350.
Yeah, so I slated Captain Sim. I said that it's a disgrace that they've released a product that had no sound attached to it, required community mods and all this sort of stuff. It was a nice external model, but beyond that, it was just a waste of money and rather disgraceful for them to sort of charge for it. Latin VFR have come out with their first ever aircraft model, and it's an A321. Looks fantastic on the outside, but it uses the default A320 systems, so again, I just don't agree with it. I just don't agree with it. If you want a real aeroplane that flies properly, buy a PMDG 737-800 or a 700 or a 600. If you don't like Boeing and you want an Airbus, get the Phoenix A320. And then just wait for an A321 that's worth spending your hard-earned cash on. And I like Latin VFR, they make some great sceneries. They've decided, let's venture into the world of aircraft and create an aeroplane, but for me, I just don't think it's worth paying for, if I'm completely honest. Andrew, welcome aboard, joining us as a Bronze Street Fly2 channel member.
Has been received, squawk 7117.
Chuts, hello buddy. Why does centre tank have config under it, Fritz is asking. So that means that you've probably got fuel in your centre tanks and your centre tanks are switched off. So make sure your centre tanks are switched on. That's the aeroplane basically telling you, I've got fuel in the middle tanks that I want to use first.
Alpine 351, report Mach number.
Yeah, David as well. If you want a really cool jet, then you purchase the Just Flight 146. That's pretty epic. Ian's going to join from Munich. Good evening to you, Ian. Incoming missile averted. Yeah. I mean, that closing speed on the TCAS is pretty drastic. It's clever that the aeroplane was able to identify that. We've got an aeroplane here as well, flying the other way. Look at that. That's a EasyJet. That was
Brussels Control, Ryanair 61 Foxtrot.
Look at that for closing speed. Basically 1,000 miles an hour between the two of us closing. Pretty incredible, isn't it?
Runway 06 clear for takeoff. What is our initial altitude?
If we get through this tomorrow, folks, I have got another day off tomorrow. If we get through this today, we will schedule another flight. If we crash the desktop today, tomorrow I'm going to do a live stream when I try DCS for the first time.
Ryanair 8416, class level 370.
Climbing to flight level 370, Ryanair 8416.
Leonardo Lima, put in your username.
In Brussels, stand 163, information go for clearance. 278 Whiskey, hello, information go is correct. Cleared to destination ready, Soapbox 6 Juliet.
From Arky, we leave Brussels control. We're then into Langen radar, but they're offline at the moment, so we'll be handed off to Unicom unless Langen West comes on.
6 Juliet, initially climb level 60, squawk 1000.
Did you buy a plane for DCS then, David? Yeah, I bought the FA-18.
Startup approved, next call for push 7.
Airfield down there. Look at that, very cool. Yeah, I bought the FA-18, I bought Super Carrier Ops, and I bought Persian and Syrian maps.
Over to Unicom on flight 228 for Ryanair 8416.
Matthew, interesting. Was it a fighter jet by any chance? Pilot Tech, yes. Go into the config of the GSX FSDT installer. Go onto config, yeah, and go from there. Just click exclude third-party apps or programs or whatever add-ons. Matthew, that's pretty insane. That's pretty cool.
It looks like that we are approximately like 20 knots slower, so I think it should be fine, right? It's 60 knots. Alpine 351, descend flight level 280. It's on flight level 280, Alpine 351.
Well, hopefully not. Who knows? I could barely get the, yesterday I spent about 30 minutes trying to get the FA-18's hook to connect to the launch bar for carrier takeoffs. And then I managed to get up and away, and then I mucked up the climb out because the tutorial, the way it works is as you're doing it, it will feed you the next piece of information, but it's happening too quickly, really, so you need to be kind of told the next step ahead of what you're going to expect. And instead it threw it into me saying, oh, now I need to turn right 180 degrees, and by the time it was telling me do not exceed 200 foot, I was already at 800 foot. And it just threw me off. I ended up crashing.
That's still possible.
Received now 7104 on the scope.
7104 to FSR.
Scandinavian.
Yeah, Leonardo, just ignore that.
135, decimal 125.
Call 135, 125, Scandinavian 452.
Aircraft 745. Ryanair 61 Foxtrot Juliet, direct all no, expect higher in 7 miles. Could you repeat the direct Ryanair 61 Foxtrot Juliet? 61 Foxtrot Juliet, direct all no, Lima, November, Oscar. Second 4, Alpha Delta 745, descending flight level 70. Direct to LNO, Echo Lima, November, Oxford, Ryanair 61, Foxtrot Juliet. Air France Delta 745, further identify descent flight level 140. Descending level, flight level...
We're going to pass to Unicom in a moment. Just ready for that.
Control Ryanair 154 Bravo on stand 136 at Brussels, ready copy clearance to Roma, please. Ryanair 154 Bravo, locate to Rome via the Russi Julia departure on 07 right, since flight level 60, squawk 1000. For destination via Rusi 8 Julia departure to runway 07 right, climb 60 and squawk 1000, Ryanair 154 Bravo. Ryanair 154 Bravo, repeat is correct.
Chuck's Guide, yes, Centurio sent me that too actually. Looked pretty substantial actually, learning that. Makes, I'll tell you what, it makes the Airbus look really easy, doesn't it?
2 Alpha Sierra, descent flight level 250, level Nifno.
John's managed to get to flight level 410, amazing.
Level by Nifno.
Level at Nifno 250.
David, yeah, I was looking at the A10, it looked quite cool, looked very fun. I was very tempted.
Carriage 2320 on ATC, Martin Unicom 1, decimal bye.
Was that Skywards 2066? It wasn't, was it? It was another one.
Carriage 2320 on ATC, Martin Unicom 1, decimal bye.
Oh, he's just disappeared.
Skywards 2066, ATC, Unicom 1, decimal bye.
Honestly, Unicom 122.8, Skywards 2066. Thanks, have a good day.
Skywards 2320. Go ahead, Skywards 2320. Hi, Samson, ATC, Unicom 1, decimal bye. Unicom.
Wesley, hello. Oh yeah, he's gone right to the ceiling of the 737, which is pretty mega, isn't it? We're at 350 at the moment, and I'm trying to remind myself how. If I put in the step there, savings 1.4% fuel, look at that, there we go. So if we go to 390, we're going to save 1.4% in fuel with the step climb. The thing is, we don't really need to, because we've got plenty of fuel on board, and actually the lighter the better, because we're going to be quite a bit slower. John's got vertigo. You can see the curvature of the Earth, John. Up there. You'd be absolutely zooming along. I reckon we go Mach 80. Interestingly, Simbrief actually generated a cost index of 64 for this flight today, which is pretty uneconomical by comparison to the usual sort of cost indexes of about 25 or so. Think of the environment, Rab says. I wouldn't be flight simming if I was that fussed. Especially with the electricity bills as they are at the moment. McCarty, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing, and Ahmed as well. Appreciate it, folks. And thanks to everybody who's hit likes so far. Already almost 73 likes. Fantastic. Well, the clock is 1 hour 10 at the moment. So if we get beyond 1 hour 30, we'll have exceeded what we achieved yesterday, which will be a bit of a stress test of the sim, I suppose. One thing that we did notice overnight, in addition to the FSU IPC update to 7.3.8, there was also a cumulative net update available for Microsoft Flight Simulator as well. And I've also, also followed quite a lot of advice from quite a few of our channel members. So thank you yesterday, all really jumping on board and trying to help solve whatever was happening yesterday during the streams. I've basically tried quite a lot of suggestions from that. And also dug around on the forums. There was a hint or a tip to re-download / repair all of the C++ redistributables, which is what the sim relies upon to fly or to work properly. Shaquille, welcome. Rejoining us as a bronze frequent flyer. Great to have you back on board with us. Thank you. So we tried quite a lot of stuff today for this in comparison to yesterday, but in the main there's a net update in Windows which we've updated, which came out overnight. We've re-downloaded all of the redistributable C++ files for Windows as well, and also updated the FSU IPC 7 yes Leonardo free version, which you can get on their website. Just Google FSU IPC, I think it's fsuipc.com. And you want to make sure you download the correct version for MSFS. It should, at least today, be version 7.3.8. Oh, Dave, very nice. Got a nice Grenache open. I ended up with a Chilean Malbec. Was it Chilean Malbec or it might have been Argentinian Malbec? I can't remember which. Bottles downstairs. Ended up enjoying a bit of that yesterday. Left some for today, of course. .707, what do I use FSU IPC for? Landing rate monitor, which gives us our landing rating at the end of the flight, but it also connects with a couple of other things too. Gav, I don't think I'd be able to charge to scratch my head with them, sadly. I'd be scratching my head with every computer that comes in, and I think I'd just take it, throw it away, give them a new one. I'm not sure what to fix. Here's a new PC. Oh, we also changed the server. We changed from West Europe yesterday to East US. We still had a memory error, so I've now changed to the North Europe server. Juliet Charlie Mike, yeah. So I always make sure I download FSU IPC from the official website. Aaron, hello. Which performance calculator have you been using for the 737-800s? It's VAS Airplane Toolbox, and it lives on the X-Plane forums. That contrail up there, folks, by the way, is John. Blasting up at flight level 410. Leonardo Lima, so basically run the new update for 7.3.8 FSU IPC 7, and it will tell you must uninstall it first. You click next and it'll uninstall it for you during that process. It will wipe it all from your computer, then it will reinstall the new FSU IPC 7 version, and then I restarted my computer as well. German Flight Simulator, it's in the menu for the sim. Fritz, I've been very, very busy. It gobbled up most of my evening, to be honest, after the experience yesterday. Masso, welcome on board. Jed Gaydor as well, welcome on board. Thanks, folks, for subscribing to the channel. Dirty 2, I'm interested into what that tastes like. Not heard of that one. Gewürztraminer in the fridge. Dirty 2. Pilot Tech says I'm on the East US server. Never had any crash to desktops until 4 days ago. Now he's having a crash to desktop that happens even when I'm in the menu. Yeah, and if you go to Event Viewer, does it even tell you anything? Does it even log the crash? Because yesterday we didn't get any substantial information at all from any crash logs, and most of the scenarios we faced, it actually ignored the fact the sim had been crashed like it never happened. Didn't log anything. Glenn, hello. Yes. Well, actually, there's a new one. We've updated the new firmware 1.3.3, but there's a lot of people on the Turtle Beach forum over the Losty One all saying the same thing that I've experienced today, where every time you load the sim, it forgets your throttle, bizarrely. You have to unplug the whole system, plug it back in again, and then it remembers the throttle. So I'd imagine there's going to be another software update soon that will fix that. Dusty, very nice. Not too much of a fan of white myself. The only white wine I like is a Sancerre. A very nice white wine. Mostly red, it's pretty much what I drink. Variants of red grapes. Master says engine 2 ran out of fuel mid-flight, so I had to cross-feed for the rest. How do I balance the fuel better? In the 737? Rab, no, haven't tried any vanilla state. Basically, have a little look at this. Engine 2 ran out of fuel mid-flight, had to cross-feed for the rest. How do I balance the fuel better? You want to make sure that you haven't got a significant imbalance in the fuel, but you want to make sure as well you've got all of these on. If you've got these two pumps off for whatever reason, or you accidentally turn these two pumps off instead of these two and the centre go dry, then it will cut the engines on the right. But it depends on the issue really. One thing that I always use when I'm in the 737, I without fail will have my checklist on, so I can refer to that throughout. But I also have a quick reference handbook as well, so if I go to an engine failure, could be anything here, aborted engine start, APU fail, let's see. There you go, so engine failure, single. Do an engine shut down only when flight conditions allow, auto throttle, disengage, thrust lever, confirm which engine is affected, then close that one. If conditions allow, run the engine for 3 minutes at idle thrust. Engine start lever, confirm, cut off, pack switch off. Choose one, APU is available for start, APU start, and then gen switch on, step 8, and you click through it basically, and it works through the various different modes of all your quick checks, all your emergency actions basically for whatever you might be facing. So we could get master caution, master warning for something, or notice the airspeed's unreliable. We can click onto it and work out which is the best course of action for that scenario, because it's modelled in all of the realistic behaviours of the aircraft and also therefore the failures. Our pilot tech, yeah, so I don't use reshade. I've heard a lot of people reporting crashes with reshade as well, so I'll just remove it. Rab, yeah, it could be. One thing that we did notice yesterday was via add-on linker, we did the model lib checker, thanks to Faris' little tip, and it came up with, annoyingly, all of my payware airports all have model lib.bgl, which I thought was a known thing from Sim Update 5, which everybody moved away from. It turns out a lot of my payware sceneries shared those same file names. So using add-on linker, it's renamed all of those different scenery files into unique file formats, and refreshed it all basically to make them less risky for crash to desktops in that instance. Same with the scenery BGL as well. Scenery library, I think it is, something like that. 707 liner, no I haven't actually. I've had quite a few Australian Reds, but not any from memory from Margaret River. Masso, yeah, no problem at all. All you need to do for the handbook, the quick reference handbook, is just put into Google Boeing 737 QRH, and it will come up with a number of them. And they're all basically the same, with some very minor tweaks or differences. Very, very useful to have in this, because if you do get a master warning, of those of you who remember the stream I did 4 months ago roughly, we flew into Bradley, didn't we? We did a 3-sector day, and on arrival back into Bradley, as we overflew LaGuardia, we had an engine fire on the right engine. So we used the quick reference handbook to work through the immediate actions and all the sort of mitigating steps after, to allow us to fly with one engine into Bradley, and we then flew a 1-engine flight at descent and then approach into land into Bradley. It was very intense. It felt very realistic. Very immersed I was actually for that sort of 20-30 minutes. Justin, will I use X-Plane 12, or is my loyalty too strong for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Not so much loyalty, but I've invested a lot of time, energy, money, effort into Microsoft Flight Simulator, so for me it's the only sim I need at the moment, even with its issues. But I have now purchased some add-ons on DCS as well, so I've got an alternate. If Microsoft Flight Simulator starts to annoy me with crashes and weird instability issues, I can go and launch myself off a carrier in the Atlantic somewhere, or in the Gulf. That's one sort of holiday I'd quite like to do, to be honest. Some sort of wine tasting holiday. I spent 2 weeks just moving around wine vineyards and enjoying beautiful countryside and fantastic red wine. Danny, indeed, yeah, and thanks to the internet I was able to download the Bristol Ground Operations Manual, which has all the details about how every stand should work, and that allowed me to create my custom GSX profile, which I put onto flightsim.to. Oh, I do like a Giraffe. I've had one of those. MG Kings, it says, just incredible how realistic the wing view looks. It's pretty remarkable, isn't it? It's very, very good. Just a quick check. New TCAS target on the right. No problem though at the moment. We'll monitor. Alberto, I've had some fantastic Chilean Reds. I've not had that one. I got one through Lathwaite, so it's a Giraffe something, but I can't remember which vineyard it was from. Look at this sophisticated chat today, all about red wine and various vineyards and grapes. Maybe that's the spin-off Dirty 2. I need to start doing a aviation-themed wine tasting stream. Joe Flight Sim, yeah, it's done in real time. It's nice because it's realistic, but it does take time, as it does in real life as well. But of course, usually for us, we're sat at the back enjoying good service, hopefully. and no delays. Brits 100%. Justin, been back in the Concords, nice one. Yeah, that's one aircraft we've neglected for a little while now. I know, was it Sim Update 9? It became unusable for most for a little while. DC Designs did quite a lengthy post about it as well, saying a load of, basically, I think he said something like, until the sim's ready, or something. It was a rant, and I can't remember exactly the wording. Certainly don't want to misquote it, but I remember being quite a frustrated post from DC Designs, breaking the Concorde entirely, but I don't think it's been updated since, has it? Dirty too well. Based on my experience of DCS last night, having had a gin and tonic and then 2 glasses of red wine afterwards, because I had a bit of tonic left over, didn't want to waste it. Yeah, it got interesting very quickly. For those of you who are watching inside the club area on Discord, I was streaming it. I ended up going round and round in circles for about 20 minutes, trying to line the launch bar up with the launcher. And then I ended up crashing into the F-18 that was next to me as well. Shut says, I beat this pack to the rafters on VATSIM right now. There's a huge flow of aircraft going that way, wasn't there? No idea why. There's some sort of Ibiza event, perhaps. Blown Up says, I'm trying to input flight level 240 in perf init, but it keeps changing it to flight level 250. Any ideas why? I'm not sure, to be honest. Depends on what the rest of the information is as well. PSV Wallet says, I've now discovered that QATL won't load because my McAfee antivirus says it is a virus in a DLL file. Ah, okay. So it's quarantined that file and broken your GSX then, PSV. Oh, right. Glad I'm nowhere near that then, Doc. Badgers airborne, Munich, München to Samos. What are you flying today, Badger? Ian's up, Chanex 2472 out of Munich to Samos. I can spot him there, and Badger, he's in the A320 Neo, according to Volanta. UC Ryanair 5 Juliet Mike out of Gatwick, he's in the 737 further up ahead, and looks like we're on the verge of overtaking John, I think. Sky is 2320. PSV, that's very strange. Weird that it's flashed up with that issue, isn't it? There's our progress so far. A couple of screenshots. Well, actually, I haven't uploaded those ones yet. Fantastic. There's Ian, turbo stick. There's Badger. There's UC. There's ourselves and Ian as well. Looks like he's dropped back actually. So in actual fact, so he's there still. So we should be due to overtake him at some point soon. If it's suggesting we've overtaken him on Valanta. Bill, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. David, fantastic. Retro 737-600 for Osprey looks fantastic. And now we've got a 16 knot crosswind. Enjoyed a little tailwind of about 30 knots to begin with. Justin, yeah, that's currently the go-to still. But Samos is very, very difficult indeed. Very difficult. In fact, we can have a look at Navigraph because we might not have any charts available for it. We can clear that. We can clear the Gatwick charts there too. Okay, well there we are, north of Italy at the moment. So almost a little bit of Austrian airspace. Should we make it to Samos? We've got a couple of stars, that's it. Ormos, or Ernil, or Larky, but we're coming from the north, so it's going to be Ormos. 2 Alpha or 1 Charlie. And there's a slightly different variation of the chart there with a little bit more graphical data on it, but the approaches are unspecified. NDB or VOR approach. VOR is slightly better for us, but in any case it doesn't do too much because, as you can see, the runway there in the centre of the screen, for those of you who don't know Samos too well, it's 09 or 27 for the runway. On the left hand side you've got a little mountain. Samos is translated to the hill, I think it is, or is it Big Hill or Little Hill or something like that? Samos from memory, or mountain. So that's on the left, and then on the right hand side you've got this grey dashed line which is the border of Greek and Turkish airspace. Very sensitive part of the world. You cannot, on the approach, cross over into Turkish airspace. It's very tough. But there's no chance. It doesn't give us anything else. There's the airfield. Just a couple of stands. 09 descending with the hill. So we'll be a couple of 100 feet above the hill most of the way down. And then runway 27 as well. SIDS for departures. I mean, look how technical that is. Departing Samos is an absolute nightmare. And it's all visually flown, it's all hand flown. Dash lines means that there's no autopilot for it. Dash lines equals your hand flying. All of them. I mean, look at that. Oh, it looks epic though, doesn't it? It looks absolutely fantastic. And there's no reference charts. Final approach course is 358 degrees. Basically what's going to happen is we're going to get to 9 DME, descend to about 1,600 or so feet, and then we're going to brake off left towards the hill. Autopilot will have to come off and auto thrust at this point, and we're going to have to begin to work a descent down over the terrain and then over, basically down, it is literally downhill. I will try and dig out the old charts for Samos actually as well, which we used to have. Jacob, it's because SimBrief's not very good for flight planning, sadly, so sometimes it tries to put you onto lower level airways. Jim, hello! Right, what was it? It was Samos approach charts. Okay, yeah, this is the one that I've used in the past. Bear with me, I'm going to work to get it on the screen and it will show you what we were just trying to explain there as well to you guys. Get rid of that horrendous music. Okay, right. Let's see what this does. Bingo. That is the charts for Samos for the manually flown element to it. So you can see how tricky that's going to be for us. In effect, what's going to happen is... well, I'll open that in photos. We're going to fly at 9 DME. You can see a couple of hints there, gear down flaps 15, 20, flap 30, all that sort of thing. In effect, we're going to then do the teardrop, then fly in towards the airfield at 4 DME from Samos' VOR 111.6. We're going to turn the autopilot off, brake left, up to Village with Pier. We want to be 1,100 feet on the local QNH at that point. And then on a radial of 240 degrees, what we're going to do is commence a right turn. Will be a beam the spur, and before the village at 900 feet there will be a descending right turn on a short final 400 feet over shed with white roof, kid you not. And then landing on runway 09. If we end up going the other way, then we'll break off right towards Turkish airspace, and you can see there 3.5 DME. We cannot exceed that because then we cross into Turkey. And then all of the alarms go off, it all goes a bit wild in real life. But then we'll be over the pier and over the little village on the coast at 400 feet, basically buzzing the pier and the restaurants there, knocking over the dolmadas. It's going to be interesting. It's a really hard approach, folks, even in the Airbus where it does most things for you and manages your throttle. In this, you've got to manage the throttle manually. But Danny, it is difficult because you'll have to hand fly quite a it's the technical aspect of the departure. Mikhail, we are, yes, we are still flying, we're still airborne. Jim, thank you very much. Hope you're well. MPS Gaming, going okay. There was a question for you actually in the lounge, MPS Gaming, the ISLC thing. Is it supposed to be running in the background? Because I've got it running in the background still. Juliet, I mean, it's a horrendous approach path, isn't it? It is a horrendous approach path. It's dangerous, it's challenging, it's tricky, and it's very easy to mess it up as well. Very, very easy to mess it up. Got a TCAS of somebody's just crossed over us here. Can't see them. No, look at that though. That is spectacular. There's a contrail from an aeroplane that's just gone past on the right hand side. Just about seeing the distance, a little bit of a wispy contrail. We're not doing Mach 80 with a manual speed intervene. We left it at Mach 79 in the end, I think. Oh, let me check again. Oh, we are. Actually, that hasn't changed anything anyway. Turns out that was what we were cruising at anyway. Look, I've gone back to normal, and we're consistent there. Well, dropped to Mach 798, but I'll still call that Mach 80. Who knows? Although it's ever so slightly decelerating. William, hello. Interestingly, those charts aren't available on Navigraph, so you have to source them online for that particular visual element, the Samos approach that we've just reviewed. Pretty cool. But anyway, let's enjoy these wing views a bit more, shall we? Oh, look at that! Cracking livery, cracking scenery. This is what Microsoft Flight Simulator is all about. Although last time I said that, it ruined my day, so... Captain Shaquille, do I fly for any VAs when I'm not streaming? So my only VA that I'm part of is FlyUK. I fly in Osprey Airways as well, but it's not really a virtual airline. It's just us flying around, getting our landing ratings and sort of competing with one another and doing a couple of our own internal challenges and things as part of our community. But the only proper one that I fly is FlyUK. Though today is the last day when my account gets deleted because I've not flown for 2 months, sadly, with technical issues with my PC and the sim and reinstalling Windows. Lots of product developments being released with previews as well, kind of sidetracking me a little bit. But now we've got the great Fly2 737-800 livery. John, welcome back. Rather trippy lift music. Let's move the track on. Lefty Lab, hello. What changes did you make from yesterday's attempted stream to today's? Overnight there was a net cumulative update for Windows. We've installed that. We've installed the new FSUI PC7's version 7.3.8, which was released overnight as well, funnily enough. What else did we do? I found a link on the forum, somebody suggesting you need to download all of the Microsoft redistributable C++ packages. So I've downloaded all of them via a link on the forums, MSFS forums, and I've installed all of those. I've reset page file to automatically managed. What else? ISLC, which is running in the background at the moment, and it's deleting my cached RAM as it builds up. Did APS Gaming respond to my question there, actually? No, he hasn't. Yeah, Jim, very cool approach. I like the fact with FlyUK, you don't just start straight in the big jets. You have to work through and earn your stripes, so to speak. So you start flying the smaller jets, the CRJs, which are incredible aeroplanes, by the way, in MSFS. And also the Cessna Grand Caravan, which you think, oh, I don't want to do that, I don't want to fly the Caravan, but actually it's remarkably good fun. Around New Zealand, I can highly recommend flying the Caravan around New Zealand and the islands around New Zealand as well. I think there's a couple of hops around, is it Papua New Guinea or, no, American Samoa. Absolutely spectacular. It gives you a true appreciation for how good this sim is as well. And that allows you to build your hours up inside the virtual airline. You get promoted through the ranks. You then release and are allowed to fly bigger aircraft, faster aircraft, heavier aircraft. And eventually you work through to Class A Captain, which is what I am at the moment. You can fly the 747-8s, the 787-10s, and everything below as well, like this, the 737-800. RAB, no, I didn't. Yeah, Toper Ops in MSFS as well. They're spectacular, all around. That sort of hops around Papua New Guinea, American Samoa, New Zealand. In the Cessna Grand Caravan, yeah, they've got Toper Ops in the A320 as well. Jim's at the end of his first officer hours, fantastic. The Toper Cessna 208, John. You know what, at the time I was kind of flying around not appreciating it, but I think back to those, it's 2 years ago actually. 2 years today I joined FlyUK, actually. Awesome. Yeah, think about 2 years ago, downloading the Cessna Grand Caravan livery, the Toper Sky livery, buzzing around New Zealand. It was just great fun. Yeah, the Twin Otter as well, that's a great shout. I do forget that, to be honest. Yeah, the Aerosoft Twin Otter, fantastic aircraft. Great ops into Barra from Glasgow, for example, as well. Another way to build your hours there. Brits know it's part of FlyUK, it's virtual airline, which is the part of what we're doing today. So FlyUK is the mainline branch. So you've got they've got various code shares as well. So Aurora in Canada, flying around Alaska, Canada, and a few other bits. Metro Air, flying around the United States of America. Toper for flying around New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, American Samoa, Australia. Various liveries, depending on where you are in the world. But they've got lots of tours, so you can fly the routes on the tours to complete them and get sort of achievements. You can build your hours up and unlock bigger aircraft over time, getting your rank increase. And then aircraft like this, the PMDG 737-800, you've got the option of Fly2 for those leisure routes, which is what we're doing today. Gatwick to Samos is one. You've also got FlyUK livery, mainline ops in the 737-800, doing more city-esque routings as well. The 738, particularly in FlyUK, has a huge set of options of routes across various different carriers. God, good grief, look at the Alps down below. With that fog and the haze through the hills. And bearing in mind I've actually turned off the NVIDIA filters now, folks, as well. This is MSFS default. Looks spectacular. What about on the other side? What have we got here? Still good. Less hazy though. We like the haze. Look at that. Rab, no, I didn't know about that. I didn't read that bit. I think I remember it popping up during the installation of the redistributable saying, do you want to remove the old one? And I was clicking yes to it, and it was then re-downloading the new one after. Yeah, Fritz, if you want to check out FlyUK, head over to flyuk.aero, have a little look. It's free to be part of. Doesn't cost you anything to fly for them. Just time. Where are we now? Central Austria. About to overfly Klagenfurt as we leave Austrian airspace in a couple of minutes into Slovenian airspace. And then we're over the Adriatic coastline as well. Just, yeah, the FlyUK Crystal's a great livery as well. Fingers crossed, Rab. John, nice. ATP first officer in 185 hours from now. Yeah, I used to be absolutely smashing the hours on FlyUK. Let's have a look, see how many hours I've got. I know I'm a Class A captain at the moment. Operations, no, not that one. That's all your routings. Crew Centre, my crew page. Joined 2 years ago. 256 hours, 15 minutes, 151 flights, 17 awards. My last flight was Stornoway to Barra in the Twin Otter Highland Connect. Today we're doing the Fly2 737-800 service from Gatwick to Samos on VATSIM. My next rank, ATP First Officer, is in 54 hours, 44 minutes. Ooh, exciting. Grant, it's UKV 4944. Turbulence over the Alps, so let's be good to the punters. We'll pop the seatbelt signs from auto to on, just for a little while. Nick, what do you mean? Where did you find the plane folder? Because when I downloaded the plane, it didn't come up with a folder, just a shortcut on the desktop. So you've gone to, you mean the PMDG 737-800, right? I'm guessing you've downloaded. Fritz, welcome buddy, fantastic. Joining us as a gold frequent flyer. Thank you very much for all the support there, choosing to join us as a member. Fritz, make sure as well you head over to Discord, link your Discord user account, go into sort of your Discord user settings, connections, link your YouTube account into your Discord user account, and it will allow you into the club lounge, and for gold members, the gold Concord lounge as well. What were we talking about? Where did you play? Yeah, Nick's asking about the aeroplane folder. So you've purchased the 737 from the PMDG website, you've downloaded it, right? Look at that. You should just have a zip folder. Extract the zip folder, and you should click into it, and it should say PMDG 737-800 for MSFS. You click it, it'll open the installer, and it'll ask you to add your license ID, your license number from your purchase, and then it will install it officially. Oh, Rab, that's not good. I know I had a mate at work that John, wet your wipers, I've just heard the toilet flush. David's 196 hours from ATP First Officer, closing in, closing in. 112 for Ian. It sounds like we're all roughly around that same part of the career ladder then, in FlyUK. Yeah, Rab, as Rab's saying there, so if you don't fly in FlyUK for a month, you get a warning. Your account becomes inactive, and you get an email saying you need to fly in the next 4 weeks or your account will be deleted. And it's to basically stop people having stale accounts on the system. It's fair enough. If you know you're going away for a couple of weeks or a month or so, you can apply for what they call annual leave as well. MPS Gaming, thank you buddy. Our 100th like today. Yeah, I had a friend who I work with who's been part of FlyUK as well. He had a phase where his sim it just didn't work at all, unfortunately. And he ended up having his account deleted. But he was a Class A captain as well, I think, or ATP actually. I think it was ATP. So he's gutted. Jim, yeah. Oh, for wing views, Rick. You didn't mention about wing views. You should just be in local states. Badger, very nice. I want to go external view for a moment, capture that. Holy Christ. How good does that look? It's a great, absolute great livery, isn't it? I think they've captured the theme of Fly2 perfectly with this. Ah, there you go, not a real pilot. It's just coming in there saying you do get an email if your account's deleted with your logbook so upon deletion. So with that you can get all your flights, ranks and awards reapplied. That's cool, I did not know that. When we get into Samos, folks, we're going to need probably about 3-ish minutes of separation properly for us all to commit to this approach. It's very tricky. The missed approach procedure is going to be climb out towards, well basically we climb out and then we go south, we turn back over the airfield and we stack overhead Samos. We just fly in a stack over Samos. Jim, exactly, exactly. Jay Lust says, I wasn't the biggest fan of the FlyUK mainline new livery, the Crystal. I think it's pretty swish, to be honest. My personal opinion anyway. It looks really neat. But the new Fly2 livery is indeed pretty good. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. It's the one I've been waiting for a lot, actually. I like to do Bristol ops and things like that in the 738. And I know FlyUK have Fly2 ops in the 738 from Bristol. That's what we want. Mix it up every now and again, some real airlines, then fly virtual airlines as well. We're waiting for the Osprey Airways, our channels livery as well, in the 738. That'll come in the next few weeks, hopefully. And I want to create two. I want to create like a sort of normal Osprey one, and then maybe like a kind of a low-cost type 2. Plenty of variation for the 738 for sure. This two's over Sydney, very nice. And we're leaving the Alps behind. If any of you watching have got questions about FlyUK, then drop them into the live chat today, because we do have a couple of FlyUK staff watching in the chat, and they might be able to answer some questions better than I can for FlyUK. Questions about joining or flying, or operating for them, that sort of thing. Jim loves the Metro Air branding, and the fact they have a General Aviation Aero Club as well is just epic. Yeah, that's a point well remembered actually. Yeah, so in FlyUK you can join their flying club as well. You can do general aviation hops. Joey, very good point. Yeah, I'll tell you, the Osprey low-cost version of the 738 will not look anything like Condor's T-Tow thing. And Nick, you should, when you downloaded my custom view folder, I've literally put the file path on there. It tells you exactly where to install it. You should be able to find the folder there, and then just drag the camera.config file into it. Brit's asking, I'm in the US, does that make a difference? No. In fact, a lot of FlyUK pilots are outside the UK. Well, a lot of them are in Australia, quite a few in our community here. Condor Socks livery. By prize, no, this isn't available on the Xbox yet. It will be soon. Neil, I am indeed. I am indeed. Can't believe it. It's the furthest we've managed to fly in 2 days. Oh dear. The despair. David's asking who will be getting in the chat the Just Fly Avro RJ. It's going to be quite cool, isn't it? Look at that cloud formation there. Whoa. There's a weather transition, rather violent one. Those clouds look insane. Yeah, the Avro RJ is going to look fantastic. It's going to be brilliant in MSFS. The 146 from Just Fly is great fun. The RJ, of course, is a more modern, upgraded version of that same aeroplane. Badger, I prefer MSFS live weather, to be honest, but we're not using it today. We're using Rex weather as a backup. Joey Goofy, yes, there will be Osprey World Cargo for the 737-800. That will be on the way as well. Many prayers to the sky gods, Neil. It is on the way from Bodrum to Munich. Very nice, doing the opposite direction than us. MPS Gaming, I am. If you've got an answer to that question I asked a little earlier on, MPS Gaming, I'd be very grateful. I've got ISLC running in the background as you suggested yesterday. Is it supposed to run continuously in the background, or do I just stop it at some point? Much more VATSIM friendly indeed, David. Yeah. Yeah, the Aurora livery for FlyUK is pretty epic, isn't it? For the 737-700, it looks spectacular, but in the Avro RJ, it's going to look mega. It's going to look really good. Neil, I'll think about it. We've run out of Pringles for today. And peanuts, sadly. Somebody said they had a nut allergy, so we can't serve them anymore. That weather system looks fantastic. Do a quick fuel check. Still behind John there. 0.19 on the fuel in the centre tanks now, so the centre tanks are almost empty. We've got 8 tons of fuel left. Wow, look at TCAS. We've got wingmen either side, left and right. Diamond formation, go. And our centre tanks are nicely balanced. Sorry, our left and right tanks are nicely balanced as well, so it's just going to be a matter of turning off the centre tank shortly when we get that master caution go off in a minute. Which will illuminate fairly imminently. John says I might initiate a hold at Ormos for spacing and to gather my thoughts. You're ahead of me though, do you want me to hold as well? Varus Rex has certainly saved the weekend, that's for sure. Bay's very nice. Sadly though, you're using the Record 7.3 Max, which is rather disgraceful for a product. Yeah, the memory thing that you told me to download, MPS Gaming, it clears the RAM cache. That thing, you said to run it. I'll have to load up Discord on my phone because I'm purposely not using it today, so Chrome's less hectic on the computer as well. Okay, John, no worries. I'll give it a go. Andrew, hello, buddy. Let's hope so. Thank you very much for the kind words as well. Saying your videos and channel are far superior to what I could do and produce. Don't put yourself down like that. You're absolutely fine. I hope this crash to desktop problem can be solved soon. Yeah, 100%. Fritz says his FMC is telling him to reset MCP altitude. Are you in the descent, or you passed top of descent, or are you on the climb out? If you're on the climb or you're in cruise, it might mean that your MCP altitude there doesn't match what your cruise is supposed to be here. Wow, look at that. Now it's telling us at flight level 390 we're going to have a fuel saving of 2.5%. That's a huge fuel saving. Ooh, this is FlyUK. Forgot this is a thing. It reminds you, basically, you've got to make sure that you are active still. So 129 450. This is Skytrack, making sure you're still near the flight deck, so you don't just run it. There we go. So you just use Con 2, quickly twiddle it across, and you're all good. Graham, there's much more sort of avionics upgrades in the RJ. Yo, master caution. Bing. Pretty much empty, look. Looking up, low pressure on the left centre tank. Let's whack that off. In a moment, that'll go to 0 in the centre tank as well. So we will, in fact, we'll just turn them both off. Why not? Otherwise, we're going to get a fuel imbalance between tanks 1 and 2. Yes, that's the one. Badger reminds you every 2 hours. Blue, no, the seatbelt signs are off now. I've just put them back onto auto. Just, that's interesting. They're saying that Microsoft Edge on Windows 11 seems to be better on resources than Google Chrome, and it's Chromium based as well. There you go, Fritz, that'll be it. So it's just reminding you there's a discrepancy that you need to look into there. That's all it is. Easily solved. Oh, MPS Gaming's never used ISLC. Who told me to use ISLC yesterday then? I forget. It's kind of the question that I've left outstanding is, do I need to turn it off? I've got it running in the background. Poseidon says, after seeing how many flights there are on FlyUK for the Boeing 737-800 from PMDG, I'm installing it now. Fantastic. Yeah, if you're joining FlyUK for the first time, you have to build up your hours first. So you're going to spend a few weeks racking up the hours in smaller aeroplanes, the Twin Otter, the Cessna Grand Caravan, epic routes around New Zealand in the Caravan with Topa Sky. Highly recommend those. Shows you how nice the sim is, as we said a little while ago. And then eventually you rack up the hours. You go to the CRJ pretty quickly if you have the Aerosoft CRJ. Pick a route, one of the longest as possible, and then you go from there. We are using VATSIM, yeah, we are connected to VATSIM. Skyways 2066. Juliet Charlie Mike. Yeah, you can rack up the hours really quick in the CRJ. And if you want to do tours, then I can really recommend their Scenic South America tour. It's spectacular. But in effect, you've got to remember, FlyUK is effectively like a career mode. You're racking up the hours, you're building up your hours in your logbook, doing routes, and slowly working through promotion into bigger aeroplanes. Just to correct, but they have the Avro RJ as a fleet option. So Pixel, 7.7 tons of fuel. Let's do a quick fuel check. .6, so pretty much bang on. Ever so slight bit more on the fuel. Got a 15 knot crosswind, it's not necessarily helping things. It's negligible though. Wolfdog it is, it's John flying along. Same route, he's in the FlyUK PMDG 737-800. He's off to Samos too. Athena Radar's got online, yeah, he's online. He's got his work cut out big time for us flying into Samos, that's for sure. Flying over Banja Luka in a minute. Over Sarajevo. Over Skopje. And Thessaloniki. They're the next sort of main airports to fly over in a little while. Poseidon, that's incredible. Check that out for stats on FlyUK. Poseidon's got 2,085 hours on FlyUK. 1,716 pilot reports, 81 awards as well. That's fantastic. There's some fantastic stats, Poseidon. Nice work. Got here. Yes. Oh, look at that. Right on the wingtip. That's one of the other aeroplanes on TCAS. Right on the edge of the wingtip there, that contrail clicking in. That's pretty cool. I mean, that looks really realistic, doesn't it? Just do that to hide the cowling a bit more for the picture. Grab another screenshot. Screenshot central today. Wolfdog Samos is a very small island in the Ionian Sea, part of Greece, right on the edge of Turkish airspace, a very disputed part of that bit of sea as well. Turkey don't like it. There is also a Hellenic Air Force base right on it as well, for that same reason. They don't get on Turks and the Greeks. .707 liner, this is Rex Weather Force Pro. If you buy it, it's payware. If you're looking to buy something like Rex Weather, by the way, folks, and you are looking into purchasing, basically buying it as a replacement for live weather when it breaks, then I would recommend buying it from the Just Flight website specifically, because it is almost 10 quid cheaper on there than anywhere else, which is mega. It's huge difference in price in comparison to Orbex and Sim Market. 5 to 10 quid cheaper on Just Flight's website for Rex Weather Force Pro. Save yourself some hard-earned cash. Zato, I know, right? Fritz, what do you use for flight planning? I use Doc. But no, but in all seriousness, we come up with the routes, and usually Doc's on board in the live chat there, one of our moderators. He will find the real-world route operated by a real-world operator, an airline, and he will give it to us. He'll add it into a sort of a part of Discord for us, and that's how we formulate our routes. And we'll put that then onto SimBrief. Alfredo, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing. Great to have you on board with us today. Hope you're enjoying the flight. Keep those likes ticking along as well, folks. Badger, nice one. 134 hours. You like to do a couple of the old long hauls with FlyUK, Badger, don't you? Juliet Charlie Mike, that's very weird. We're definitely connected to VATSIM though. I've repulled my flight plan to see if that maybe helps. I don't know. Incorrect, Doc. Live weather has broken. Remember Sim Update 5? Yeah, PMDG 747 and there's 777 as well. Really looking forward to those. Be smashing out some FlyUK routes. I like the medium hauls though. I'm not a fan of long haul in the sim. I've got too many things to do. And when we're streaming as well, it's pushing the computer. It's a lot of time for something to go wrong. Imagine getting 7 hours in and then getting a crash to desktop. I'd be furious. Or even 14 hours in. Oh. Jim, yeah, is that on Just Flight? And then you go and look on somewhere like Orbex or Sim Market and you compare the price there, and you'll be kind of looking at the two thinking, why is it so cheap on Just Flight? Birdman, did I speculate Sim Update 10 release this week? No, well, it's coming in the next few weeks, isn't it? It was supposed to release last week, but got pushed back, so... J-Bay says he's been impressed with live weather for the last couple of weeks using the Sim Update 10 beta. Yesterday for Durban it was basically spot on with what Flight Radar 24 said. That's quite impressive. Neil says you should have a second computer for streaming. Don't do it from the one you're gaming on. Didn't know that was a thing. I'm not very techie as a person. I can do techie things. When it goes into actually doing computer hardware, programming type stuff, just no idea. I might as well be a single digit keyboard typer. Crikey, Andrew, that's incredible. $747 for a flight from Nanaimo to Vancouver with a return. Saying there that the biggest cost for the airliners must be the takeoff and landing fees, not so much the distance. Jeez, I mean that's incredible. Yeah, Sim Update 5, Doc, was the update that pretty much broke the sim for all of us for about 2 weeks. Oddly enough, this time last year. It was an absolute train wreck of an update. I remember that all the forums lit up, Twitter lit up. It was just carnage. This time last year, effectively. That was a pretty mad experience for a lot of us, wasn't it? Sim Update 5. Well, German's Flight Sim, there's been theories that it could be causing a bit of a memory leak. Flight Sims like to memory leak from time to time anyway. It's just one thing less that I've isolated for today to reduce the risk of crash to desktops. Yeah, live weather is working perfectly fine for most people at the moment. But it was one of the variables that I'd turned on yesterday, whereas the day before I'd used Rex weather. So we've turned it off today. Andrew says a week today goes to the UK via Iceland. Long queues for security. It's hit and miss. Heathrow seems to have stabilised quite nicely now. If you're flying into London Heathrow, for example, I'd like to think that's also replicated across the country as well. That's it, they broke the sim for PC users because they released it on Xbox. I remember that vividly. It was a very heated time on the forums, wasn't it? But they worked to improve it, stabilise it over time. It's a little bit better. Eamon, yes, photogrammetry is enabled. Being photogrammetry. John, what's your MAC number? 20 miles ahead. Ian, very true. Could be. Indeed, Rab, yes. Neil, I've got your DM on Discord. I think that's going to be one for the sort of to be pushed down the road a little bit, that buying a second computer for streaming. PSU I bought the other day is stretched me thin anyway at the best of times. Yeah, certainly one to keep for the future. John, Mac 78. Oh, okay, interesting. Maybe it's my Mac number because I'm at Mac 94. Sorry, Mac 794. Leonardo, no, working across the land sadly, and across the pond too. 707 line, a good evening to you. Have a good night. Hopefully, touch wood, we get to the other side and you get to watch the landings in Samos. We're almost catching John, aren't we? So perhaps we go back to speed intervention, we go Mach 80, we blast past him. Not Mach 9, not Mach 9. Mach 0.79. But I'll boost it up to Mach 8. We'll try and overtake John. We're at the halfway point now. Never thought we'd get this far. Maybe it's the FlyUK livery that's helping. Danny, my monitor's 1080p. Rabia, so what's wrong with DirectX 12 at the moment then? If you're in Sim Update 10, you're probably getting a bit more of a feed from Microsoft or Asobo about the issues with DirectX 12. I've only got DirectX 11 myself and Sim Update 9, so I'm not really sure what it's like. Exactly, Jim. Barry says it's the model lib. You know what, if it is, that would be infuriating. It's one of the things that we did today. Went on to add-on linker, tools, model lib changer, or checker, and it found tons of Orbeck scenery, tons of Flightbeam Studio scenery, Contrail scenery, all with modellib.bgl, which is the default formula that people said was actually the case of Crash to Desktops around Sim Update 7, I think. Jeff, yeah. Mac 9, I've been watching too much Top Gun Maverick. Like the Dark Star. Tasty Samos. Saying the model lib stuff's conflicting with other sceneries which can cause crash to desktops. Neil, yeah, not you're saying. Well, Neil was saying the other day he really didn't enjoy the new Top Gun. Personally, I loved it. It brought back a lot of memories from the original, and I've watched the original well over 100 times, probably well over 200 times to be honest. Fantastic movie. Great to have the new one finally out, and I absolutely loved it. Oh, good grief. Look at that, folks. Squint, blink, close your eyes, and you reckon you'll be alright. That looks so realistic. You could easily, imagine this in VR now, at this moment in time, you could easily mistake for a real flight. That is mega. Ian, yeah, absolutely. Maverick was an incredible movie. Just loved every single second of it. Yes, we do need to get myself a DCS nickname, but I'll tell you what, it is not Dolly, Neil. Yeah, if this is Rex, that's just exquisite, isn't it? All the screenshots throughout the journey today. We'll go on to Volanta. Fetz is about to pass us head on your left. Assume that's you there. Yeah, it must be. What altitude, Fetz? I'm looking. Oh, he's all the way up there. I can't see him. Draw distance a bit too far, I think. My call sign is not Dolly. Oh, that's a horrible call sign. Would you believe it? We're over Montenegro now. Never in a million years after yesterday I thought we'd get even this far. Exactly, Kevin. There has to be a bit of creative license with it, isn't there? 129675. That's Athena radar, and then we're going to look at Samos, and we can be proactive. We can tune 1116, which is the VOR. Actually, 1116 I'll put into both. For a very good reason, and that is that picture that we looked at a little while ago. This is a reminder, I'll just put it up, hopefully it's the correct one. That radial of 240 degrees that we picked up, I'm going to set that into nav 2. Because that is going to be our marker to commence our final turn, for touchdown on the runway, and we're also going to set a course of 179. It's going to lead us in towards the airfield from this sort of downwind leg at the bottom, going back up towards the airfield over the water. So we're going to set 2. So it's going to be 179 and 240. I've never done this in a 737, I don't think, and I certainly have never done it in the 737-800. Fly heavier, faster approach. It's going to be pretty tough, this is. Jim, call sign mortgage. Blue, indeed. We've got a way to go yet, haven't we? Neil is better than Johnny. Wolfdog, I'm not sure. It sounds like a mod conflict in Xbox, to be honest. You don't by any chance have the Latin VFR A321 as well, do you? Because I know that uses the same as the default A320 systems. Christ, look at the size of that cumulus. I mean, if we're going to go into the cloud here, don't want to, I'll end up climbing up. Yeah, Doc, auto thrust will come off first, as well, pretty much at the same time as autopilot, to be honest, with this approach. Andre, a blend of high and ultra. What's the runway length of Samos? It's quite short, isn't it? 2,000 meters. Good grief. Landing beyond the threshold gives us 1,900 meters of usable runway length. And it's only 45 meters wide. Yeah, uninstall the Latin VFR A321 off dog and see if that fixes it on Xbox. If it is, you need to report that to Latin VFR because there's obviously something broken between the two. Kevin, no, there's what is that actually? I think, well, that will be the PMDG 737-800 model actually. But I've seen contrails on AIG models before as well. MBS Gaming, I'll have to take a look again another day at that one. We're Windows 11 now, don't forget. Jim, you make a good point. This is very Fly2, this music, isn't it? Oops, oops, oops. Ellie Hugh, welcome. Neil, no, Samos is purely a VOR or NDB approach. The first segment of it up to basically the final approach point, and then it's autopilot off, and it's a manually flown approach. There's no other way of doing it, sadly. It's really tricky, very interesting approach. One of the hardest in Europe, if not the hardest in Europe, I would say. You'll see when we get there, Neil, how full on this approach is going to be, and it's tough in an Airbus, which manages the throttle for you. In the 737, when you're having to hand maneuver, hand manage the throttle, in addition to the aeroplane just in general, it's going to be very difficult, and setting up early is the key as well, giving us a bit more time. Blue wants to see some sunscreens. There you go. In fact, I can bring that one up as well, and we can, oops, drag that round like so. What's the altitude at Samos? Airport elevation 19, so while we're here actually, we'll do landing altitude, yeah, minus that'll do. Oh, no idea, I've never used self-loading cargo, to be honest. Master says, which Rex add-ons do you use? Only live weather. With the Weather Force Pro with a live weather feed going into it. That's the only thing I use for Rex. Only purely purchased it the other day on a backup for live weather potentially being a problem, because we were all being told at the time, turn offline or online services off to try and solve the crash to desktops and everything. But it's much cheaper if you purchase it direct from Just Flight's website, justflight.com, than anywhere else, by quite a bit. Well, we can go fully isolated with the cockpit there, with the shades on the left and the right. Looking pretty cool. Brian, hello. How are you getting on with GSX Pro? Better. Now there's more profiles starting to come out for it. It gives you a little bit more immersion. Looks at ANACs a bit more realistically as well. I quite like it now, but it does have a lot of bugs and a lot of quirks and a lot of issues that still need to be addressed with it. The stability and the smoothness of how it all works as well, first and foremost, is one. MPS Gaming, very nice. Oh yes, that's a good point as well. If you purchase via Just Fly, you get credits. So if you bought the 146, you'd again get even more money off the next purchase, which is quite cool. Yeah, a lot of people have had lots of problems with GSX. Gav, thank you, buddy. Really appreciate the super chat there. Thanks for the support. Dirty 2, nice work. Completed the Osprey Airways Tour de Roue sort of achievement that we created. JBay's happy that toolbar pushback voices are working for him again. Very nice. Yeah, FS2 Crew Pushback Express. I purchased that at the early days of the sim. It was the only product for pushback available. Worked for a little while. Now I can't get it to work nicely at all. I've uninstalled it. FS2 Crew Pushback Express. I find it doesn't work more than it does work, and it's quite frustrating as well. Toolbar pushback is much better and it's free. Waypoint, we're going to be speaking to Athenai Control. It's going to be from Irana. We're approaching Erana, which is coming up actually in about 25 minutes roughly. Yeah, 100 miles away. We're going to need auto brake max for this landing as well. There's John. Up ahead. Ah, look at that. You know what? Let's roll the dice again. Actually, we'll give it another minute or two. We'll head over to our right wing again as Max is asking. George, yeah, it should do. Brian, that sounds a bit warped, and that's not been updated for a long time as well actually, to be fair. Toolbar pushback, I don't know where the developer's gone. We've heard nothing from them for a little while. Oh, what's this that's pinged up on my phone? Boeing hit with worldwide safety alert after flaw discovered in takeoff and landing app. Possible software issue has meant data hackers could have tampered with pilot safety calculations in its EFB, onboard performance tool. Wow. And the rest is behind a paywall, brilliant. I'm not... And that, fantastic. Red 6 as well from the Red Arrows, the Royal Air Force Red Arrows erratic team. Made an emergency landing as well. Was it yesterday, day before? It had a bird strike and the canopy was smashed open. HK, hello. Yeah, yesterday was a frustrating day. Just bizarre. Just bizarre. No idea what was going on, but something inside MSFS or something reacting with MSFS in my hardware. I don't really know, to be honest. Got no further with our investigation of it, but it's threw us into blue screens and all sorts of stuff yesterday. Danny, the low clouds covering the mountains still look absolutely insane. Has it been like this the whole way? Oddly enough, most of the way, but not all the way. JB saying, one thing for sure, the sim is gorgeous. 100% agree there. And the 737-800 from PMDG is so much fun. Well worth the money, even if it's a bit expensive. So I personally think you get a lot for your money for it. And the ongoing support and the improvements over time, the addition of the EFB coming in the next couple of weeks or so, very, very nice. Yeah, as Brian said there, I actually feel the 737-800 is a bargain based on how much it costs in P3D. Oh, Brian, it could have been. In fact, yeah, most likely would have been. Gambi, welcome. How's your holiday? Lanzagrotte. HK, I've done a lot of system stress testing and a lot of system analysis, and it comes up no hardware issues detected every time. Gav's just got a direct to Messina. Wow, Jim there, that Boeing issue, the Boeing safety issue with their onboard performance tool. Potential issue could let hackers trick pilots into using the wrong settings, potentially causing a crash by tampering with data. Yet another scandal at Boeing. At least it's not actual aeroplane related though, just software related on the EFB. Jet 2, you know what, Captain B, I only ever really hear good things about Jet 2. Never flown with them before myself. Oh, here comes some new weather. Freezing prepared CTD simulator. Oh my god, that cumulus is huge. The heck? That's mega. It's gonna gobble us up, I think, in a minute. Holy Christ, I think it actually might. Oh my god. .370 step. Yeah, HK, you know what? That could actually be why it is delayed on the PMDG side of things. Well, a testing, but there might be some code changes that need to be made. Right, let's get out of the cloud. Try flight level 370. 5% fuel saving, apparently. Christ. Mark, there is that. If you've got the 700, another $70 is quite a lot for the 800, but I guess you're paying for the variance potentially based upon if you're actually wanting to or not. Are you kidding me? It's 370 levelling off. Still in cloud. Oh, yes, look at that. Screenshot. Fly2. Where's John? Gotcha. Still on the chase. Traffic alert. Holy Christ, that is very close. We're going to get a TARA. The heck? We're about to get a flyby, folks. Stand by. Though he might be in the cloud. I think he's in the cloud. Yeah. He's literally... Oh, there he is. Oh, good grief. Whatever he was literally skimming into the cloud there. You can see his contrail. Dirty to I saw that as well, actually. I saw that in the news. Air France having a fist fight in the flight. Because why not? cracking livery. Let's pop those into Valanta as well. Absolutely incredible screenshots, those two. That was a CRJ 700, folks, that's just buzzed past us. That was AAN 132. Neil, welcome back, buddy. Rejoining us as a bronze frequent flyer. Appreciate it. Kevo, fingers crossed, it's going well so far. Shutt says he's given PMDG around 180 quid for these aircraft in MSFS, including the DC-6. Don't regret it one bit. It's pretty cool. They make some remarkably, incredibly good, well-detailed, complex simulation products. And the fact that they've been able to do this with the 737, have the system depth that it offers, and offer remarkable performance. The smoothest aircraft in the sim, full stop at the moment, and vastly complex, shows why they're the best. Wolfdog, probably not, unless Valanta will be able to be installed on Xbox. Okay, well, we're 370 now. Yeah, confidence is key. Confidence is key. We'll run with it. We ran out in 30. Let's tune to 129675 early. Have a little listen in.
Essence Control, good day, our float 1850 with you climbing to flight level 280.
Float 1850 off and hello, squawk 7056.
Sure you're not allowed in European airspace? Empire, FedEx is nice, yeah, very good aeroplane, but as you're saying there, performance is just, it just, yeah, it's not well optimised at all. As Mark's saying, PMDG are the gold standard. Ian, nice work, just on his first RMP in the 737-800. Deal. Oh dear. It's not Dolly. Alright, no worries, buddy. Hopefully the missus is enjoying the stream. Hello to Mrs. Farris. Welcome on board.
Hello, you squawk 6772.
Larson, no idea. Hopefully we'll start to see some improvement from Sim Update 10. We'll go from there. Who knows? Who knows? Andrew says, what would be your recommendations for learning the 737 systems? Tutorials or back to basics? So I would just go through, well, the tutorials on my channel that I've created. They're designed to sort of cover all the basics that you need to know. I'd probably look at getting some checklists as well. You can download the one that I've created for free, so you can use and enjoy that as well.
Ryder 19 X-ray Romeo identified, proceed direct Xavis 1 Alpha arrival.
Proceed direct Xavis 1 Alpha arrival, Ryder 19 X-ray Romeo.
Al 999, proceed direct Kilo Romeo 602.
Brian's got 1,500 hours in this PMDG aircraft now. That is a remarkable figure.
Olympic 1 to Alpha Tango, you are clear for the NDB. You can descend according to the profile.
Farris, no, FSU IPC does not auto-update, sadly. Usually I'll pop into their website, fsuipc.com, and I'll remember the sort of version that I've got downloaded, and then it will tell you if there's a new one available, basically. It just show you a different version ready for download.
Enter 71, Mike Tango, request further climb.
JB says it's still crazy to me how PMDG can have the 737-800 run as smoothly and with the kind of frames he gets on his aging RX 580. Says it all. They've done remarkable work with this. Bob says still plenty of crash detectors stopped using the beta in the forum. They're not fixing it anytime soon, in my opinion. Ah, brilliant.
Reduce speed 160.
Ian, yeah, yes you do. Oh, Fritz, it was, yeah. Snow says, do you recommend flying on VATSIM? I do, yeah, but it takes a lot of work to get used to. You, in effect, aim to replicate real-world procedures, real-world telephony, the radio transmissions, all that sort of thing. You can't treat it as a multiplayer server. So VATSIM is kind of that more serious level of simulation, where you try and do everything right every time. And even if you make honest mistakes, like I do quite frequently, that doesn't matter too much. But yeah, you can't use it as like a multiplayer server where you just go blasting around doing whatever you want. You have to replicate and follow all the real world procedures, follow the air traffic controllers. Danny, exactly, even the failures are great. The one in the 700 that we did into Bradley, the engine fire, fantastic.
Olympic 1 to Alpha Tango, keep the speed 160 till 40 m if possible.
Negative, not possible with 56. We have 140 maximum.
140 maximum is fine.
Athena radar, Kalispera, Skyways 2066, flight level 370 over Irana.
Ocean 3 Lima, runway 23 clear to land, 220 degrees 5 knots.
Clear to land 23, Ocean 3 Lima.
Last station taken, call sign only.
Skyways 2066.
Skyways 2066 off and fellow identified.
Turkish 2 after Juliet, radio check me.
Turkish 310 Juliet, radio 5, hello.
VATSIM, it was fantastic. Those of you who remember that stream, watching it, it was great, wasn't it? We pushed the failure system with a QRH to the limit with an engine fire. Well, it was an engine overheat, which then became an engine fire, which then resulted in the shutdown of engine 2. And we flew in then with one engine on an approach.
After radar, Skyway 2320, flight level 410, inbound to Tango Sierra Lima.
Skyways 2320 up and fellow identified.
Welcome GMG, welcome Lotfias as well. Menki as well, Mark, welcome folks, Driggs, a couple of new subscribers there that missed. Doesn't feed into the live chat anymore, hides it away in Streamlabs.
01K to land, the wind variable 3 now.
Meta in Samos, winds 16080. 1608. That's actually going to give us an approach over the water onto runway 27 then, is it not? Oh, hold on. No, it is 09 still. With an 8 knot crosswind. Good grief. I mean, in fairness, for Samos, it doesn't actually matter what we put into the computer because it won't matter because it doesn't make any difference. We'll do VOR DME Alpha 09. And we will do almost 1 Charlie.
Birmingham runway 33, Netis, 1 X-ray departure, squawk 6716.
And I want to go via Samos. Oh, actually, hold on. Deluxe.
I can just be worried.
Almost 1 Charlie.
Turkish 310 Juliet, expect radar vector, Shile Zulu 03 left, turn right.
So it's a VOR DME arc initially. Almost.
Can you repeat again, please?
Turkish 310.
So what we can do is have a little look at the nav data here. Let's go split screen with Navigraph on one side.
285 Alpha Delta, descend 3000.
There we are. So flying in via Ormos, and then at 16 DME from the Samos VOR 1116, we're going to then turn southbound for a 14 DME arc, down 7,000 feet for a descent down towards Delox, which will be our initial approach fix. There's Delox at 7,000. Then at AF 007, 089, no descent path after 189.
Planet 61 Romeo Juliet Unicom 1 to 285.
Let's see what it looks like. Actually,
Alpha 47, correction 347 approved.
there you are.
Alpha 47 is west to let to complete for 5 minutes.
Delox 7,000 is going to be quite tight.
Allow 999, turn left heading 150.
And then we've got to get quickly down to 3. So I'm going to change the nav data to be at flight level 70. Oops.
Request clearance.
Number 127 clear to Scaffold, runway 16, Alpha Romeo Alpha, 5 hotel departure.
Delta 189 November.
Squawk 6730.
Alright, that's fine. We won't faff around with it too much. It'll work out. Delta 189 November is going to be in the centre. Okay, well actually in fairness, that's telling us we've got to be at 3000 by FD 358, which is correct, so the VNAV will work looking at that. And then we've got that little leg in towards Samos. We'll have to turn the autopilot off and do the necessary. The missed approach, if we do have to declare a missed approach, we've got to fly up north, teardrop round back to the Samos VOR, the hold at Samos. And there's the hold at the NDB, published there on those charts. So we'll pin that just in case. Missed approach up to 6,000 for the climb out. What we can do as well is set 5 miles. What we got here? Let's say 4 miles. What's up my picture? Yeah, 4 miles. We've got to turn the autopilot off at 4. Brian, I've got the INI builds payware Heathrow.
Allow 999, descend 3000. 1887, descent flight level 170.
Listening flight level 170, 1887.
Shanix 90, Tango request engine start.
Yeah, you're right.
Blue Air 1 Hotel Juliet, runway 01, clear to land, wind count.
145. Let's pull the winds. James, hello. Changed from MSFS, or to MSFS from X-Plane 11. He's been blown away by the visuals and how different it is to X-Plane in that regard. It's beautiful, isn't it?
5731, descent flight level 140, expect vector ILS Zulu, runway 10.
Ryan, quite heavy, but not too much heavier than the Sobo version, to be totally honest.
Allow 5731, vectors ILS Zulu, runway 10 or ILS 16, which one do you prefer?
ILS 16, allow 5731.
Allow 5731, vectors ILS 16.
Yeah, glad you're enjoying the sim, James. Pilot Tech, no, you have to exclude third-party scenery from GSX.
1850, can I request the arrival information, please, to Athens?
Airfloat 1850, expect Varix 3 Charlie, arrival, information Foxtrot, landing runway 03 left.
Expecting arrival Varix 3 Charlie.
Wowzers. Landing weight 63.3 tons approximately.
Airfloat 1850, thank you.
ATN 867, descent flight level 110.
So flat 3146.
Allow 999, turn left heading 070. Allow 999, Roger, proceed direct Kilo Romeo 601, clear for the air nav, runway 34.
Fix. Runway 09.
Turkish 310 Juliet, descend 3000, QN810.
4 miles, so I actually do a 5 mile fixed ring. So as we pass that, we'll turn the autopilot off and then we'll begin to turn left. And we'll do 10 mile fixed ring.
1 to Alpha Tango, taxi Alpha, count Sierra 1. Clear 1 Hotel Juliet, backtrack, vacate first right, stunt number 2.
Athena radar, Chenix 2470 with you, flight level 330.
Now interestingly, if we're actually on the final approach segment, there's nothing at all that assists us with trying to work out what we do for a missed approach on final. The information for a missed approach is prior to that, which is all a bit weird. It's going to increase the stress and the pressure quite significantly. Circle land, we're category C aircraft, max 160 knots. We're pushing that, we're on the edge of that actually. 1,880 feet, so we might as well start scrolling that now as well. It's going to take a while.
3.5 Alpha Delta, runway 34, clear to land, 2603, 7 knots.
German flight sim, yes, basically.
Radar,
yeah, James, if you want an incredible aircraft, PMDG 737-800, holy smokes, it's incredible. Worth every penny. Proper descent in 100 nautical miles.
Copper 1 mic arrival, Chenix 624.
Chenix 2472 identified, proceed direct.
16 on the barrow.
Almost 1 Charlie arrival, runway 09er.
Okay, there we go, there's the heads up. 09er.
And 1 Charlie arrival for runway 09 for Chenix 2472.
Almost 1 Charlie 09.
Allow 999, reduce speed 160.
I need to tune the NDB as well as a backup, which is 375 SMO. 375, that's in ADF1 as a reminder. And we've got 240 course, nav2, that's good, that's the more important one of the two for us, so we'll rely on that one, and nav2, nav1's course 179, which is the inbound course for the final approach. We'll have a headwind. Actually, hold on, what was the METAR? No, we won't. We're going to have a tailwind, so it's going to push us quicker to the airfield, so that 5 mile fixed wing will be ideal. At 5 miles, we'll need to start the turn because the wind the whole time is going to be pushing us towards the airport quicker and quicker. So that's just added another dynamic for us to consider there.
Hello, Qatar 312, clear to Doha, runway 34, PDAX.
And we're going to be flying this in
Climb initially flight level 8.
151 knots.
2071.
146.
Runway 34, PDAX 1 Charlie, departure initially flight level 80, squawk 2071, Qatar 312.
Qatar 312, read correct. Turkish 31 Sierra Juliet, turn right heading 3003.
3001, question 2130. Can you say heading
Oh god, I can't get used to Windows 11. I accidentally opened up Windows Store for some reason.
Catch 79 Mike, Seattle 6 push and start.
Gatwick 79 Mike, push and start approved facing south, QNH 1012.
QNH 1012, push and start approved straight south, catch 79 Mike.
Easy 41 Papa Alpha, Uniform 128, bye bye.
2A, easy 4 Papa Alpha. Julius Price, would that vacated runway?
Hello, 999, clear to land 34, 260 degrees, 7 knots.
Instrument 34, electrical 9.
116.
5 Alpha Delta, Alpha.
Let's get those active.
7.
Alpha 7, 2.5 for Delta.
So it's initially descent to 7,000. Continuous descent is what we're going to hope for. I can't believe we've got this far, folks.
ATN 867, turn right, heading 140 degrees.
Right heading 140 degrees, agent 867.
ATN 867, I turn descent 7,000, ATN 81012.
And descending 7,000, QNH 1012, agent 867.
Osprey 722, descent flight level 110.
Agent 867, please repeat present heading.
Agent 867 heading 140 degrees.
Confirm 140 degrees, agent 867.
So that's Rex doing a weird stuff with the weather, with the sea.
Panic 96 Tango, via Alpha, calling point Golf, runway 33.
Alpha to hold Golf for runway 33, Channel 96 Tango.
Hello, 347, back to the cockpit.
Can't see John. Oops. He's right above us. Literally right above us. Brian, yeah, Doncaster, Bristol, loads of local regional routes with Fly2 with FlyUK. It's really good. There's so much variety available, and this great livery for what is a fantastic aircraft too. We need to set QNH 1009.
QNH 10, correction, facing north, QNH 1013.
And we're going to set auto brake max. And that is everything ready to go.
Allow 5112 up and shallow identified. Proceed Vanza.
Proceed Vanza, 5112. Athena radar, hello, Seabird 880.
Let's go right up to the Clackers Mach 81. Try and just create a bit more space with Ian. Sorry, John.
Squawk 7010.
Squawk 7010, Seabird 880 Alpha.
Ryder 5 Juliet Mike, when ready, descent flight.
James, yeah, just stick with default weather. Default live weather, it's perfectly acceptable. If you want to maybe increase the visuals of the clouds, go to flightsim.to and search for Lloyd's Cloud Reset, I think. It's free. Oh, Ian, interesting. Virtual TUI is now opened up to MSFS with the 738. Joined the other day and enjoying it.
Via Alpha,
Dream Vega, today? No, weirdly enough.
This ambulance 71 up and shallow, squawk 7020. 7020, St. Vincent.
We got
Allow 5731, descent flight level 80.
7. It's the old cabin view for a bit with this epic music.
Beirut 880 Alpha identified, proceed direct, Pexan 1 Alpha arrival.
Direct Pexan 1 Alpha arrival, Seabird 880 Alpha.
Bob, yeah, they're drawing up plans to move the Vulcan out, aren't they? They've even said that potentially there's going to be a ferry flight to the new home if Donny closes. Be a great opportunity to spot a Vulcan flying again, though.
1531 clear to Manchester, runway 34, Valnet correction. Varix 1 Charlie departure, climb flight level 80.
Tom, no reshade. Default visuals. Ritz, how do you set the VOR in the 800, just in the nav? Go here. So put the frequency into the nav box, active 1 or 2, and then you've got to set the course up here manually. It's not the Airbus does it all for you effectively. You put it all in the computer and it goes bling, there you go. With the Boeing, it's more for you to deal with as the pilot. Hopefully John's getting some epic screenshots of us undertaking underneath.
ATN 867, descend altitude 3000.
Descending 3000, ATN 867. Catch at 79 on Mike, request.
Hello?
Catch at 79 on Mike, due to performance, company request.
Osprey 0, of course you are.
Is that possible?
Gatwick 79, Mike 8 firm, latest wind variable.
Ethan, how do virtual airlines work? Great question. So basically you book the route, depends on the operator, but you book the routes. The airline, virtual airlines like V2 will have the real routes put into it.
Turkish 310 Juliet, right heading 360, clear LS 03 left.
FlyUK will mirror a lot of real world routes under their own liveries and call signs, and they will pull in a lot of the good routes from various airlines, which then give us even more information. Or even more routes that become available. It's all quite cool. That is my PSU being delivered.
Annex 96 Tango 280 degrees 8 knots, runway 33, clear takeoff.
Takeoff runway 33, Shannon 96 Tango.
Catch at 79 on Mike, request taxi.
Gatwick 79, Mike, taxi left onto Alpha 1, enter backtrack, runway 19.
Left onto Alpha 1, enter backtrack, runway 19, catch at 79 on Mike.
Athena Radar good afternoon, 010 Charlie X-ray Festival 350 inbound Sierra Kilo Papa 3 miles.
Weather 10 Charlie X-ray Athens, LO identified, proceed direct, Apollo.
Proceed Apollo, 010.
There we go. Why is it pulled ahead? Is that John? No, that's somebody below. Wowzers, who's that? I can't catch up with him.
Allow 5731, right heading 320, vector silence 16.
Right heading, sorry.
That is
Allow 5731, heading
SAS71 from Zurich.
Right heading 320,
No. Oh, that's Ian. Chanix 2472.
5 degrees, heading 145.
Okay, well, yeah, we're all going to get really chock-a-block here.
145,
There's loads of us going into Samos.
Osprey 722, via start, descent 7000, 78 Samos, 1009.
30 miles to top descent, folks. Grab the checklist. Descent weather obtained. Arrival data is set. Landing altitude check. 0 feet. Radios set. Samos VOR treble 1.6, nav 1 and 2. Courses are set for both to assist with our visual approach. And we've got the NDB of 375 at Samos tuned ready in case we missed approach for any reason or abort the landing on short finals. Engine anti-ice, wing anti-ice not required. Lock ILS course frequency, they're not required.
Chanix 96 Tango identified when passing 4, proceed direct to Mike India.
And a warning recall.
Level 180.
Altimeter set. 1009. Minimums are set. 1,880 feet. Auto brake set is required. We're at auto brake max, and our VREFs are set as well.
Mike is ready.
Tablet 79 Mike, wind variable 3 knots, runway 19, clear takeoff.
Runway 19, clear takeoff, catch at 79 Mike.
Osprey 722 is convenient, proceed direct to Deluxe.
Proceed direct Deluxe.
So that's Ian ahead.
Osprey 722 via Deluxe, clear VOR DME runway 09.
So he's just been given a direct, so that's going to cut a couple of minutes off. So we're going to continue straight to Ormos, I think. He's going to be vectored off towards Deluxe instantly.
Camera 127, backtrack, runway 16, report ready.
Ethan, yeah, pretty much. Or you'll fly a route with a set call sign. It depends on the virtual airline. Each one offers you something slightly different. Pilot Tech, no, not really.
2320, expect holding over Sierra Alpha Mike, descent flight level 380.
Descend 380 and expect holding over the Sierra Alpha Mike. Skyways 2320.
Skyways 2320, affirm the arrival Ormos to Alpha.
Almost 2 Alpha arrival.
Always giving us a different arrival there for John. Because of the hold.
Captain 79 Mike, climb flight level 180.
Flight level 180, catch at 79 on Mike.
Skyways 2066, request to send.
Skyway 2066, expect holding Sierra Alpha Mike, descent flight level 360.
Send flight level 360, expect hold Sierra Alpha Mike, Skyways 2066.
Swiss Ambulance 71, proceed direct.
It's only 1,000 foot down.
Almost 1 Charlie.
Almost 1 Charlie arrival and direct almost Swiss Ambulance 71.
Swiss Ambulance 71, descent flight level 190.
Send to flight level 190, Swiss Ambulance 71.
Skyway 2066, the arrival almost 2 Alpha.
Almost 2 Alpha, Skyways 2066.
Captain 79 Mike, proceed direct to Tango Sierra Lima, climb flight level 340.
Mike, Thessaloniki, cleared flight level 34, it was catch at 79 on Mike.
Controller report 1850, requesting descent, please.
Okay, that's different. We've now got a teardrop procedure. We've told to expect hold at Samos, so hold
180, report 1850, thank you.
at Sam.
96 Tango, climb flight level 340.
Flight level 340, UCPDC.
Make sure we get the correct charts for this as well. So it's inbound 088.
Turkish 310 Juliet, taxi standard choice.
268.
Sonex 1531 Alpha 2, backtrack runway 34.
Alpha 2 backtrack runway 34, Sonex 1531.
Diner 5 Juliet Mike, if convenient, proceed direct to Deluxe.
When convenient, direct to Deluxe, runner 5 Juliet Mike.
Oops.
Sonex 2472, descent flight level 110.
Descent flight level 110 for Shanix 2472.
Uh, 268 west. Execute.
Boeing 8670 Austin fellow identified. Proceed direct Copar 1 Mike arrival.
Direct Copar 1 Mike arrival, you're in 8670 and impossible with excellent frequency out of approach. The RP approach was key.
Why is it doing that?
GN867 left heading 060, clear dial Zulu 03 left.
Left heading 060, cleared ILS 003 left 1887.
Boeing 8670 A-frame, expect RNP runway 32, Copar 1 Mike arrival.
Just caught the speed there, dropping off.
Skyways 2066, descent flight level 290.
Descent flight level 290, Skyways 2066.
Number 127, clear takeoff 161503, 4 knots. Sonic 1531, runway 34, clear for takeoff 35.
You'll have to excuse me if it gets very busy. It is very, very busy at the moment. I might go a bit quiet because I don't want to miss the announcements here from the controller.
1009er Ryanair 5 Mike.
Osprey 722, clear, VOR approach, VOR DME approach, runway 09.
Sweet VOR approach,
Skyways 2320, descent flight level 310.
Send flight level 310, Skyways 2320.
Yeah, Andy, pretty much.
Latino control, Qatari 312, request startup.
Sorry, 312, startup approach.
LRC Ghost, no, I haven't, to be honest.
Startup approved, Kanish 1016, Qatari 312.
Sonic 2472, proceed direct to Deluxe.
Direct Deluxe for
We'll do 265.
GN867 knots, runway 03 left.
What's up with the sea, Brian's asking? It's Rex. Rex Live Weather, I think, making the sea state look a bit weird. Live Jovia, hello to you in Vegas, baby!
Number 127,
Hope you're well.
climb flight level 250.
Very choppy water, it seems. Oh, there you go. Rex Hurd is sensitive to your criticism.
1850, descent flight level
Quick, add
110.
cloud.
Aeroflot 1850, descent flight level 110.
Aeroflot, descent flight level 110, 1850.
Andy, it's because there's an omission inside the config file which makes it show as a 737-700 on the top bar rather than a 738. But they are aware it will be changed soon.
Fire 5 Juliet Mike via Deluxe, cleared view RDME runway 09, descent according to profile.
Where Deluxe cleared for DME 409er.
So what we're doing is this hold here at Samos.
Profile Ryanair 5 Mike.
And we're now being told almost 2 alpha, so almost and then straight in. 117 degrees up to the Samos VOR to hold around 6,000 feet. But because there's going to be a few of us in the hold, we need to make sure that we've got the correct data input, basically.
Skyways 2066, descent flight level 170.
Descent flight level 170, Skyways 2066. (170).
Tranex 2472, report speed.
Fantastic controllers around Athens.
Speed.
Love it. Immersion to the max. Incredible aeroplane, incredible controllers, amazing visuals.
Speed 290 or greater.
290 or greater for Tranex 2472.
Andy, nice. Let us know when you got the 800 then.
Allow 347, Uniform 1228, bye-bye.
David sees the first set of lights coming in, amazing. Pilot tech, yes.
1958, hello, which runway would you prefer?
Yeah, new aircon panel, you can just leave it on auto, you can move these around if you want to, but you just leave it as it is, and you can put voice recorder to on if you want, but I find it doesn't let me sometimes. It's more for pre-flight, so basically until the engines are on, you can flick it to on, and then you'll hear it click automatically to automatic. So almost 2 alpha now. I'm going to draw a little thing on my piece of paper.
1958, take back correct. This ambulance 71, descent flight level 110. Descent to flight level 110, this ambulance 71.
1 minute legs.
Osprey 722, runway 09, clear to land, 1503, 4 knots. Aeroflot 1870, descent 3,208.012.
This is going to be the first time flying a hold in the 737-800 as well. The 700 does it great, does it wonderfully. We did it into Innsbruck during a very busy event, did a great job of that.
Airways 2320, descent flight level 170. Airways 2066, proceed direct Sierra Alpha Mike, descent flight level 130.
Direct Sierra Alpha Mike and descend flight level 130, Skyways 2066. Alright, Samos.
571 to the runway 16, clear to land 200 degrees 5 minutes.
Might bump the speed up to 275 for now.
Vacated right on Alpha 9 at Athens, 0 to left.
1087, continue taxi, standard choice.
Continue taxi, standard
Look at this, we are throwing the aeroplane through everything, aren't we? Holds, direct twos, vectors, VNAV, LNAV.
312, backtrack runway 34, report ready.
Vector 184 will go and ready, Charlie 212.
Generator, hello again, Ocean 1215 in Kavala, request clearance back to Frankfurt.
Hello again, Ocean 1215, I will call back shortly.
German flight sim, yeah, so I've got a way around that. Effectively, what I'm going to do is begin to self-vector up to the entry point.
Hello, 544, Unicom 1 to 3. Bye. Bye. Ryanair 100 X-ray, Romeo 1 ready, descent flight
Wolfdog,
level 1
interesting. So those of you on Xbox with the Latin VFR A321, it sounds like that is breaking the default A320. Snow, I prefer the PMDG 737 by a long shot. If you were wondering what's going to happen into Samos, we're going to do this after the hold. Outbound Sierra Alpha Mike, down 161 degrees, out to 9 DME, then round teardrop, straight in 359 degrees, 179 outbound radial from Samos, directly up towards the airport, and then we're going to break off at 4 DME, heading 325 degrees outbound.
Ocean 1215 to Frankfurt by the Earth Coast.
From there. Never done it in this aeroplane. This is the fastest aircraft I've ever done it in. No idea what's going to happen.
1521, climb flight level 360.
Level 360, channel 4531.
Alex 2472 via Deluxe, clear VOR DME runway 09.
Clear the VOR DME runway 09 for Shanix 2472.
This ambulance 71, reduce speed 250 knots. 250 knots, this ambulance 71.
Oh, match check, that's not good. Gav, Osprey 722, go around. See, I can do this with my eyes closed in the Airbus. Not so sure about this. This is going to be tough. Yeah, EFB I'm not bothered about. The dynamics of this are really, really good. The sounds, the system simulation, the depth, everything's very, very nice. Circuit breakers, don't care. I've not once, at any point during my sim experience, gone, oh, thank goodness I can push in the interphone power circuit breaker to get my radio working again.
Qatari 312, runway 34, clear takeoff, 360 degrees, 13 knots. Qatari 312, runway 34, clear takeoff, 360 degrees, 13 knots.
Good takeoff runway 24, Charlie 212.
Ryanair flight to let Mike, runway 09, clear to land when cloud.
That's UC.
Clear to land 09 Ryanair 5, to let Mike.
Airways 2066, descent flight level 1.
Samos is just over this, folks. Descend to flight level 70, Skywise 2066.
Airways 2066, negative, descent level 110.
Apologies, level 110, Skywise 2066.
Space ambulance 71, descent altitude 8,000 feet, Gen 8 Samos 1009.
Spoilers, D10, let's increase the rate of descent.
Alpha 571, taxi, stand of choice, cross 1028. Bye.
We do need to do a hold.
Tango, Unicom 122, Decimal 8, bye bye. Ryanair 100 X-ray Romeo, proceed direct to Gonzo.
Direct Gonzo, Ryanair 19 X Romeo.
Airways 2320, descent flight level 120.
Yeah, for me the overall experience you get from the PMDG 737 is a lot better.
Space ambulance 71, reduce speed 250.
Speed 215, Superman Samos.
Look at that.
Itinerary 18 A67 to Team of Fecharistopolis.
Delta. Weather 10 Charlie X-ray, when ready, descent flight level 170.
When ready, flight level 170, Wizard 10 Charlie X-ray.
I'll wait for this, guys.
Airfloat 1850, maintain present heading, vector Sierra Zulu 03 left.
Airport 1850, can you copy please?
Here Alpha Mike as published, delay less than 10 minutes.
Blocked.
Airport 1850, can you copy please?
Skyways 2066, enter the hold, Sierra Alpha Mike as published, less than 10 minute delay.
We'll go into the hold, Skyways 2066.
Athena speedbird 880 Alpha, ready for descent.
Speedbird 880 Alpha,
Max 230 knots.
flight level 210.
Down to 210, speedbird 880 Alpha.
Skyways 2320, reduce speed 250.
Reduce speed 250, Skyways 2320.
Chase ambulance 71, reduce speed 220, 220 knots.
Into the hold as published. It should be down to 8,000 then, max 8,000, but he's told us 11, so I won't bust it.
Mechanics 64, request descent.
Channel 64, thank you, descent flight level 190.
Descent flight 190, Channel 64.
Airfloat 1850, cleared ILS Zulu, runway 03 left.
Clear Zulu, runway 03 left, Airport 1850.
There's an approach. Your little nav lights there. There's Samos, folks, on the nose.
Felix 68, cleared Malpensa, runway 16, Kefalonia 1 X-ray, squawk 2050.
We're at destination Malpensa via Kilo Fox.
Go to 210.
One X-ray.
We're going to go to the whole page.
2050, Olympic 68.
Olympic 68, read back correct.
Radar Alpha 112 is back.
Alpha 5112. Skyways 2320, enter the hold, Sierra Alpha Mike as published. Delay of 15 minutes.
Enter the hold as published, delay 15 minutes, Skyways 15 minutes.
Airways 2066, descent altitude 9,000 feet to QNH 1009.
Descend 9,000 feet, QNH 1009, Skyways 2066.
Radar Alpine 5 to Bravo, everything running on the ground with Demon Golf with the radio, stand for information, Foxtrot 1012.
Alpine 53, Echo Bravo, hello, clear to Geneva, runway 27.
A quick recalculation of that.
Victor departure, climb flight level 100, squawk 2062.
Runway 27, hello, 16 departure, climb flight level 100, Alpine 53.
Alpine 53, Echo Bravo, read back next. Ryanair 19 X-ray Romeo, descent 3000, QNH 1012.
Descent 3000, QNH 1012, and 19 X Romeo.
Speedbird 880 Alpha, descent flight level 90.
Captain 90, speedbird 880 Alpha.
Qatari 312 identified, climb flight level 350.
Climb flight level 350, Qatari 312.
Skyways 2320, descent level 110.
Descend 110, Skyway.
Space Ambulance 71, reduce further speed 180, descent 6000, cleared VOR BME, downway 09.
Got to 6000, speed 180, and cleared the VOR DME for runway 09, for terminal someone.
Athena Radar Hilo Swiss 15 Victor Fox at Corfu request
outbound.
ticket for Geneva.
267, round we go, let's keep it moving.
Swiss 15 Victor Fox, hello, clear to Geneva, runway 16, hold up to Delta departure, squawk 2006.
Squawk 2006, all get to Delta departure out of runway 16, Swiss 15 Victor Fox.
Athena approach, Lama de Approach, Apple Back
Swiss 15 Victor Fox, read back right.
Go flap 2, just help with the pitch.
G'day
Brigade Osprey 0, low flight level 257, descending flight level 160. Inbound Samos expecting Ormo 2 Alpha,
There's a workload issue there, look.
Runway 09, VORA.
But we're entering the hold beautifully.
Hello, offense identified, I firm Ormos 2 Alpha arrival. BYDME runway 09, descent flight level 150.
Look at that.
Down to 150. Almost
There's our target, folks. Well, you go into the hold page, and then you just add the waypoint that you want.
Ryan F, Juliet Mike, runway vacated.
Holy moly.
09, clear to land, 150 degrees forward. Ryder 5 Juliet Mike, Alpha stand 6.
Alpha to stand 6, Ryan F, Juliet Mike. Thanks, have a good evening.
Thank you.
We'll have to ignore the orange box, that's because I've put in flight level 70 by accident for a thing, but we'll ignore it for now.
75 Papa, Cancelo identified, proceed direct Sierra Kilo Papa.
Oh, look at that, flying into the sun.
Number 127, descent flight level 110.
Athens Control, Airport 1850 requesting clearance to land, runway 03 left.
087.
Airfloat 1850 clear to land 03 left, the wind 070 degrees, 8 knots.
Airfloat 1850 clear to land, runway 03 left, thank you.
Good evening, Ryanair 8644 on level 390 inbound, Yankee November.
Ryanair 8644 up and squawk 6775.
So epic. Love Sams.
19 X-ray Romeo clear turn now runway 27.
We've almost made it.
Weather 10 Charlie X-ray descent flight level 90.
Descent flight level 90, Wizard 10 Charlie X-ray.
Skyways 2066, descent altitude 7000.
Send out to 7000, Skyways 2066.
Skyways 2320, descent altitude 8000, the QNH 1009F.
Send 8000, QNH 1009, Skyways 2320.
Channel 624, descent flight level 90.
Safe flight level 90, Channel 624. Ocean 1215, request pushback.
Ocean 1215, pushing star approved facing east, the QNH Kavala 101.
I'm going to pop that ready because when we actually come to doing the procedure, oh look at that, live scenes, there's somebody making an approach.
Correction, GN75 Papa, expect Arnav runway 34 in Mekong.
Oh, they're literally committing in now.
GN75 Papa, expect
we're going to miss it.
runway 34.
Look at all the orange in the live chat.
44 identified, proceed direct Russos to Gulf arrival.
Direct Russos and clear Russos to Gulf arrival, Ryanair 8644.
Number 127, descent flight level 110, A982, Tier 1 impedance flight.
Try and spot that guy on approach. Who was that? Not sure.
Sky Travel 5047 to Athena radar with you, 34,000.
No idea, can't see him now.
Close Capital 5047 off inside on the ground.
Alpine 5 straight to Tropic,
Alpine 5 straight to Bravo, start of approved, QNH 1012, report certification.
Look at that livery, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Panic 624, proceed direct to Morix, descent 4000, 1010.
Set 4000 direct to Morix,
Round 267.
Athena radar, Channel 2472 is going around.
TCAS there.
Channel 2472, climb 5000, 1 vehicle close.
Climb 5000 for Channel 2472.
That would have been Ian.
71 Mike Tango, request out of cockpit 5 minutes.
Enter 71 Mike Tango, Unicom 128.
Unicom 128, enter 71 Mike
Look
Tango.
at that.
Osprey 0.
Just incredible.
Osprey 0, again.
Osprey 0, flight level 150.
Osprey 0, expect holding over Sierra Alpha Mike, proceed direct Sierra Alpha Mike, maintain level 150.
Sorry, stand, maintain 150, Sweeper 0. Sorry, Osprey 0.
Athens controller, float 1850, landing runway 3 left, vacated runway, requesting taxi to the gate.
Float 1850, taxi, stand of choice.
Can you copy, please?
Taxi, stand of your choice, sir.
Stand my choice, thank you very much. Thank you for the flight following, Athens control.
Thank you, Spirit 880 Alpha, Horizon 3500, clear VOR Alpha, runway 33.
Tax 3500, VOR.
Paris, yeah, it is very glary. I think I turned aerosol off,
Spirit 880
but it didn't change anything.
81011.
Wesley, because we're all holding,
880 Alpha.
it's busy.
Please 15
I think they usually try and space here about 5 to 6 minutes.
Facing north, push and stop approve. Touch 615 Victor Fox.
Good afternoon, Canadian 7375 level 370, just on top of Mike Echo Sierra VOR. We're requesting visa.
Scandinavian 7375 off and solo identified, descent flight level 170.
Descent flight level 170, thank you, Scandinavian 7375.
Job, Andy, yes, absolutely. You see, don't worry, mine won't be much better.
Arabic 638, pushing star approved, facing north, QNH, Sunday 1013.
I think it's a bit OTT, Faris.
Adrian 876 with request.
Adrian 876.
Adrian 876, good day. Request IFR clearance to Budapest, Lima Hotel Bravo Papa, with information Golf SM Bravo 17.
Adrian 876, we'll call back.
It's nice being able to just
108, Charlie,
allow the aeroplane to fly the LNAV and just enjoy the hold. It won't exit until I tell it otherwise. We're being stepped down, 11,000 to 9,000. We'll expect 7,000. That's a good effort.
Ambulance 71, clear to VOR DME, descent according to profile.
DME and sending according to profile. Okay, so ambulance 71.
Start approved, QNH 1013, face south,
Number 127, descent 4,000, QNH Castles 101.
Joe, it's really useful because you can look for the waypoints, the visual reference points that you need to spot on the approach. The villages and all that sort of stuff.
Negative, you are clear for the NDB 01.
Clear for the NDB 01 ambulance.
Clear 1958, pushing star 2 to face.
There's someone else in the hold.
Osprey 0, how long do we need to hold? Please give me the minutes, and can we go down to 8,000 by any chance?
Why are you asking that, Wesley?
Number 5 for the approach, and
you just got to just do as you're being asked. The controller is incredible. He's really good. His workload's extremely high. Don't forget, Athenai radar is covering the whole of Greece, and there's descend 6,000 Skyway 2066, and he's trying to vector us all really neatly and keep us all separate.
We'll be programming a 17-minute hold.
Or just enter the hold until he tells you to exit, Wesley.
GPS 312, flight level 110.
That's an easier way of doing it. Let him make the decisions.
Austin 1215, taxi holding point runway 23 via Alpha 2 and Foxtrot.
23 via Alpha 2 Foxtrot, Ocean 1215.
Not a real pilot, no worries. I'll send you the fuel bill. I love this. Oh, Ian.
Runway 34, descent flight level 980.
Expect enough runway 34, descent flight level 980, Transavia 463
Skyway 2320, descent altitude 7,000.
Descent 7,000, Skyway 2320.
Osprey 0, descent altitude 8,000, with QNH 1009.
There you go, now he's giving you what you asked for anyway.
8,1009.
Happy days.
Osprey 0.
Panic 624, cleared RNP runway 32.
Cleared RMP 32, Channel 624.
Alpine 53 Echo Bravo, request taxi.
German Flight Sim, absolutely. Greek ATC are remarkably good. You are allowed to ask, but when you know that there's 4 or 5 aircraft ahead of you, you know you're going to be at least 15 minutes. So you just enter it, just monitor the progress. So we've entered ours, we just left it there. I haven't bothered with an exit time.
Olympic 784 stand.
What it does mean is I get to burn a little bit more fuel, which is good because maybe I can knock a knot or two off the approach speed.
876, go ahead.
Yeah, look, we're almost at 146. Good. Burning all the fuel. We've got
And the squawk is
other side.
2035, confirm.
Other side. There we go. We should sit. There he is.
Departure, Kilo Romeo.
There's an aeroplane just there. In fact, there's 2 in the hold. Look at that. That's Wesley. And that is John. That's amazing. Hopefully you guys can see that. Just the flashing of the strobes at least. So, there's the village that we want to overfly at 1,100 feet. In fact, there's the pier. That little pier there. Beam pier, 1,100 feet. And then the little village, 900 feet. The village of the hill, on the wingtip. And then on the final approach, the white building with shed with white roof. 400 feet. And it's all going downhill towards the airfield the whole time as well. It's tough.
Top Swiss 15 Victor Fox ready to taxi. Top Swiss 15 Victor Foxtrot taxi calling.
So I think we're next. We're at 6,000. Craig, hello buddy. You're getting there?
Top Swiss 15 Victor Fox. Number 127 runway 01 continue approach. Number 127 01 approach.
So there's our 3 visual points. Pier, village, by the hill, shed with white roof.
Takeoff runway 23, 230 degrees 5 knots. Clear takeoff 23, Oslo 1215. Space ambulance 71, runway 09, clear to land, the wind 150 degrees 4.
That
Runway 09, clear to land.
is him there.
Skyway 2066, holding is cancelled, clear to RTME, runway 09.
Hold cancelled, cleared DME 09, Skyway 2066.
Scandinavian 7375, descent flight level 110, expect the RNP, runway 3.
So, exit confirmed, armed. Now the aeroplane's going to take us back out.
08670.
I want speed to come to 180 now. In fact, hold on, we'll do 190 because we're going to be quite quick.
Bravo line up 27, report ready.
Flat 5.
Oh, then when we 27 and we're ready to depart. Alpine 53 Echo Bravo.
Alpine 53 Bravo, clear takeoff to 7, 320 degrees 7 knots.
Good takeoff from 27, Alpine 53 Echo Bravo.
Liner 19 X-ray Romeo, Delta, front 5, bye-bye.
Delta 5 and 19 X-ray Romeo, bye-bye.
Favorite 880 Alpha, 290 degrees 9 knots, runway 33, clear to land. Clear to land, runway 33.
I'm going to go very quiet in a minute, folks, because my workload is going to be huge for this approach. It's a visually flown, manually flown approach. Done.
Charlie X-ray, continue approach, departure,
Set, fuel is good. That's all set, that's good, they're fine. Final call to the crew.
Top Swiss 15 Victor Fox ready for departure.
We're going to put them on now because I will potentially lose track of it in a little while.
Clear for takeoff runway 16, Top Swiss 15 Victor Fox. Ocean 1215.
Letting out bound 160. Pitch 5 degrees. Let's go flat 10.
I've been narrator, very good evening. Under 9 Tango Charlie, Settler 350, inbound to exit. Under 9 Tango Charlie, Austin, shallow identified.
Down to 3.
Tango, Romeo, Lima, expect ILS Zulu, runway 35 left. Continue direct to Tripolis UR and expect second for ILS Zulu 35 left, Condor 9 Tango Charlie. UPS 312, descent 4000, Q&H Athens 1012.
Speed brake arms. Auto brake max is set. Local QNH is set.
Skyway 2320, you're the next one in the row. Descend now altitude 6000. Expect one more turn in the hold.
Descend 6000, X1 in the hole.
Well, yeah, it depends on the speed you need to achieve. So we have to because of the speed that we're trying to achieve.
Osprey 0, correction, descent altitude 7000.
Should have gone the other way. There's my 10-mile fixed ring and my 9-fold, my 5 miles.
Weather 10 Charlie X-ray, runway 27 clear to land, 320 degrees 7 knots.
Heading select mode.
Olympic 784.
Go ahead.
784 clear to Corfu, 03
30% path after Sam, that's fine, we've accepted that. 146, 146, they're matching. That's good, 151 for approach. Okay, I think we're set. Hold short golf, thanks buddy.
Initial altitude?
That's Mike, nice work.
784 initial 7000.
Don't forget to hit the like button folks, if you do, subscribe. And pop your descent touchdown ratings in the comments below. Now don't expect butter folks, this has to be accurate rather than smooth.
Olympic 784 is that correct? Osprey 7 descent 7000.
Checklists. Nav course frequency check, speeds and limits, speed brakes armed, approach mode not required, glide slope not required, flaps, it's going to be gear down flap 15.
Olympic 638, clear takeoff runway 16, 150 degrees 4 knots.
We go gear down flap 15 now, I think. It's going to be that little bit more margin.
Alpine 5 clear to Bravo identified, climb level 360.
Climb flight level 360, Alpine 5 clear to Bravo.
Olympic 784 ready for push and start.
Olympic 784, push and start approved, facing south.
On dear mate.
Push and start approved, facing south.
Working the turn.
Number 127, runway 01 clear to land, wind variable 3 knots.
Runway 01,
160, keep the turn coming.
Panic 624, runway 32 clear to land, 290 degrees 10 knots.
Clear to land 32, channel 624.
Scandinavian 7375, descent altitude 4000, QNH course 1010.
1010, descend 4000,
Airways 2320, holding cancelled, on next turn clear to
Flat
VR
25.
runway 09.
Clear for the VLR approach, runway 09, skyways 2320.
Holy Christ, that is bright.
76 with request.
Flare 1958, taxi Alpha 3, all short runway 01.
Wow.
Takeoff 3, hold short.
TN 876, go ahead with your request.
876 with request for push and start.
TN 876, push and start approved, facing south.
Facing south, 876, thank you.
That's with 15 Victor Fox 13, flight level Center.
Touch with 15 Victor Fox, climb flight level 240.
Climb flight level 240, that's with 15 Victor Fox.
Olympic 773, clear to Milano, runway 16,
That green line is what I want.
Climb 100, squawk 2070.
Flat 30, let's commit into the turn to line up the course.
Olympic 773, is it correct?
Olympic 784 ready for the taxi, runway
151, flap 30, 19. Order brake max, speed brake arms, thrust continuous, landing lights on, MCP reset. Down to 19, sorry.
UPS 312, turn left heading 060, descend 3000, clear LS Zulu 03 left.
UPS 312, turn left heading
5 miles coming up.
060, descend 3000, cleared ILS runway 03, right.
Negative 03 left, UPS 312.
UPS 312, 03
Gonna
left.
put that there.
Transavia 463 Victor, descend 3000, QNH Nicomas 1011, clear Padma runway 34.
This will be the last external view, folks.
Descend 3000, QNH 1011.
Ocean 1215, proceed direct to Rugas, climb flight level 340.
Direct Rugas, level 340, Ocean 1215.
Air 1958 behind the next landing, now 4 miles final runway 01, enter back track line up runway 01 behind.
6.
On the landing traffic, enter back track,
Alpine 5 Echo Bravo, proceed direct Kilo Oscar Romeo.
My controls, my thrusts.
Stand of choice, right?
Turning.
Stand up, choice, thank you.
325 track.
Scandinavian 7375, via Morix, clear RNP runway 32.
Modern clear and speed runway 32.
Continue.
Wing 8670, descent flight level 110, proceed direct to Morix.
110 and we will already clear direct
Need to increase rate of descent. Skyways 2066 final.
Airways 2066, clear to land runway 09 at the wind 150 degrees 4 knots.
Clear land 09 2066.
Caution, terrain.
Should have inhibited that. Again, it's a workload
Caution,
thing.
Terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution,
240
terrain.
radials coming soon.
Caution, terrain.
Just ease off the rate of descent a little bit.
68, climb flight level 300.
Caution, terrain.
Here we go.
Flight level 300 or 68.
Final approach, white sheds, 900. 400 for that.
Direct Volga to
Caution, terrain, terrain, terrain. Pull up. Terrain, terrain. Pull up. Caution, terrain.
Need 30 degrees all the way in this.
Caution, terrain.
Don't forget we've got wind pushing us the whole way.
Caution, terrain, terrain. Pull up. Terrain, terrain.
Osprey 0, descent 6000.
Terrain,
There's 6,000, no Osprey 0.
caution, terrain.
Whoa, you know what? I've just got it back, I think. We can do this.
400.
And bang on 400 over the white shed. Love it. Let's go!
Clear for takeoff, runway 03 right, limit 784.
200.
Watch the tree. Look into the end, you need that depth perception.
Sync rate.
210 is
30. 20. 10.
Hold, hold, hold. Boom, reverse. Green, both. And brakes, deceleration.
Top Suisse 15 Victor Fox, contact Roma 124.2, bye-bye.
124.2, that's Swiss 15.
70 knots. Still on the brakes.
Sunix 1531, to Unicom 122 Malay, bye-bye.
Unicom 128, Shannon 151, thanks a lot, bye.
Bye. Number 127, backtrack, vacate first right, taxi stand of choice.
Number 127, back to the King, 01, frost right, and...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Samos.
Osprey 0, holding cancel.
God, thank goodness we're not on 27 though. Holy smoke, look at that! That's incredible!
Request taxi,
Olympic 773, taxi, backtrack line up runway 12.
Ding.
Backtrack runway 16.
It does too, I'm so thrilled.
8976, we got taxi.
I'm so happy. I just wanted to complete the flight today. And you know what, let's fire up GSX and prep it for this, this final leg today. That is amazing, look at the brightness of the light.
Station calling unreadable. Olympic 784 identified, climb flight level 220.
Climbing to flight level 220, Olympic 784.
Αφήνα ραντάρ επειδή έκανα ένα ζουμ και χτυπαίνει ταχύτητα λάθος στο flight level.
Ollie, hello.
Αλλάξε 340 από 3...
Taxi lights can come off. Won't bother with the taxi bit.
Climb level 340.
Flight level 340, Olympic 68.
On the 9 Tango Charlie, proceed direct Kilo Alpha Mike.
I'll tell you what, that was a lot quicker in the 737-800. Holy Christ.
Proceed direct to where for Olympic 784?
Ixoni.
Probes off.
Proceed direct to Ixoni, continue climbing to flight level 330.
Transavia 463 Victor, clear turn up runway 34.
Clear down of runway 34.
Luke is back, hell yeah. Let me try something with
Flight level 980.
with Rex.
Runway 230, clear to land, runway 09, the wind variable 3 knots.
Clear to land 09, Golway 2320.
GN75 Papa, descent flight level 980.
Flight level 980, 75 Papa.
Zero wings 8670, descent 6000, the QNH course 1010.
Just going to fiddle the presets, go to clear skies, we're going to wipe the weather, and then on Rex, we're going to ask it with no aerosols to begin synthesizing live traffic.
1958, clear takeoff 01, wind coming.
And then what we can do is request deboarding.
On the 9 Tango Charlie, request descent.
On the 9 Tango Charlie, descent flight level 110.
Descent flight level 110 on the 9.
Gold air, obviously. Hey, look at that. Hey there. That's better, isn't it?
Ability 5 now, squawk 0053.
0053, Ryanair 2700, thank you.
There's somebody in the hold.
So 1875 Papa, was that flight level 190 or 90?
1875 Papa, flight level 9.
Just a call, thank you. I must say you've done an absolute fantastic job of that approach. I think I should have gone 30 degrees quicker on the approach there. But I'll do that. Flight Radar says, what's your system for the flare in the 7.3, like altitude to idle and degrees to pull up? So I just looked to the end of the runway. One of the big things they teach you when learning to fly for real is for the last couple of feet, say 20, 30 feet, you look to the end of the runway to get your depth perception, to make sure that you can identify.
UPS 312, can you repeat that?
Stand by, menu.
Are you established?
Yes, UPS 312, established on final. Runway 3 left.
I have no idea where they're going. That's because there's no profile for Samos.
312, runway 03 left, clear to land, the wind 050 degrees 4 knots.
UPS 312, runway 3 left, clear to land.
Wizard 43 up until now identified, expect NDB, locator runway 01.
NDB from runway 01, Wizard 43.
Oh, you know what, guys? I'm so pleased we've been able to complete today.
Olympic 773, runway 16, clear takeoff, 0203.
We had somebody clear to land, but I can't see them. There they are. Oh, he's in a 7.3. It's FlyUK.
AGN876, holding short on the good,
Skytrax files. Lefty Lab says that's an amazing and terrifying approach. So glad you're able to complete the flight without crash to desktops all day. I know. Thank you very much. The tree on final is quite distracting, isn't it? Thanks, Kevo. VATSIM. Well, that's just because it just requires somebody to create a GSX profile for it. You know what? I might create one for Samos this evening. Why not? While we're here. Help the community rather than criticise a product that is actually quite good when it works well. Don't forget as well, actually, this model that we're about to see is going to have the doors and the cargo holds and stuff open because it's a PMDG livery replica. So it's copying the fact that we're in a 7.3 as well. Old short golf. Hello. Is this an episode of Lost? I'll tell you what, so pleased.
Direct Mike Kilo 51275 Papa.
Transavia 463 Victor, the wind Mykonos 360 degrees 13
We have got
34 clear to land.
Osprey 0, we've got Skyways 2320, which is John inbound now. Is that it? I think it is.
755, startup approved, pushback on discretion, QNH.
Here we go. Good luck, John.
12.
Startup push approved, GNH 101.
Haven't done replay today, Joe, in Flight Sim much. Something else that could go wrong with the sim, so I've intentionally avoided it. You have to ignore the stairs and things, folks. It's going to look quite weird. Yeah, looks like he's got this.
773, climb 300, direct Olga.
Just because we're using the PMDG model to model match.
Direct Olga, flight level 300,
BBG 188, καλέστε Ρώμη, 124-2, για χαρά.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, να σε
That,
παρακαλώ.
John, was excellent. There's the mainline livery. Oh my god. She's off. She wants to go get her olives. Chop some tzatziki and some pita.
Adrian 876, airborne.
Well done.
Level 360, proceed direct SVP.
Oh my god. What's this, like Pied Piper? Oh.
Adrian 75, Papa, descend 3,500, QNH Mykonos 1011, clear start nav runway 34.
That's fantastic, that's absolutely brilliant.
Can we get a reback on that QNH?
At least the bags are going in the right place. The wing walkers are here.
And Adrian,
The baby Jesus.
Cleared on 34, QNH 101, descend 3,500.
Oh, yes.
Under 9 Tango Charlie, descend 9,000, QNH Kalamata 1012, clear ILS Zulu, runway 35 left.
9,000 feet on the QNH 1012, cleared ILS, runway 35 left, on the last on the top.
Wings 8670, runway 32, clear to land, 300 degrees.
Package is doing that alright though, look at that. That's working very well.
Osprey 0, runway 09, clear to land, wind calm.
Here comes Wesley and his A350.
Sorry, Osprey 0.
Airway 2320, taxi, stand 4.
Neil's not happy. Neil's not happy with GSX. That's a great effort, John. Cracking livery as well. Look at that, will have great parked up next to us as well.
3 Charlie Bravo, good evening. I'm closing in 1 minute. We can fit back to Unicom 1228.
128, thanks for service.
Planet 8644, clear through to Golf arrival, VSR, descent 9,000, 1012.
Yes, A350 low. Wesley only flies the big jets, even at the places it can't actually fly into. But then he says, don't forget, X-plane's more realistic. This freeware, by the way, you can get on flightsim.to. It's just as good as the payware version, but I've read the payware version causes crash to desktops. This doesn't. And look at this. If you haven't flown into Samos before, I can highly recommend it. It is spectacular. Where are they going? Wesley's he's in for a treat. Caution. Passengers floating over the runway. John's going to go and mow them all down.
I'll stay some south and just closing away.
Thank you for the service. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Excellent ATC. Fantastic. Messi, no worries. Yeah, a big round of applause for the Athens Radar air traffic controller. Absolutely spectacular. We need these passengers to disappear so we can actually get a decent screenshot without them all getting in the way. Should see Wesley in a minute, go through the fine leaves. There's John. A fantastic effort touching down with the 737 there. Oops. Where's Coup ATL? Let's restart it. Make everybody disappear. There we go. So that shows if you kill the process, it still doesn't crash the sim.
Osprey 0, short finals.
Stay slow.
Let's see, trying to get some decent screenshots. Where's Wesley? Oh, he's there. That's not short final. We've still got a couple of minutes. Samos, one of my favourites. It's so tough. In the Airbus, you can be quite satisfied that your workload is a little bit lower because it manages the thrust for you the whole time. In this, though, you are busy, busy, busy. The pilots in real life flying into Samos here will be absolutely earning their wage. Look at that. Those of you with FlyUK, I'll put the screenshots for today on the FlyUK Discord too. We've got to watch Wesley now. I mean, that is ridiculous. That's slower than us. What's he done here? It's impossible. He's flying the speed of a Cessna. Lolo, sadly not. Oh, that sun. Spectacular. How's he flying so slow? Here he comes. $150 likes, folks. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Glad you've enjoyed today. What a contrast from yesterday, eh? You know what we've got to figure out now, though? Where do we go tomorrow? That's the big question. Oh, little correction. German flight simmer. So you could, but the general rule for Boeing is if the autopilot is off, the auto thrust is off as well. Oh, he's cut this a bit fine. Here he comes. Canada Alaska, Ian says. Oh, we could do Dallerman to Stansted, couldn't we? The flight we were supposed to try and do yesterday with crash to desktops. There's our wonderful Osprey livery, painted by Baccasato, I believe, for the X-Plane A350. Nice work, Wesley. There we go, folks. We made it. London Gatwick to Samos in the PMDG 737-800, and what a remarkable approach that was. Thank you to everybody who stuck with us through yesterday's troubles with the sim crashing all the time. But we made it today, live for 4 hours 21 minutes so far. Not a hiccup. A little bit of a frames issue on the departure, but good grief, we made it. Thank goodness, and what a relief. What a flight as well. Some incredible visuals all the way. And that approach, that runway came up on us really quickly too. Thanks to everybody who flew along. Hope you guys have enjoyed the route selection as well. Very big thank you to all of our channel members. Gav for your super chat earlier on. Mikael for your super chat as well, really generous folks, and Honey for your super chats. Really appreciate it. Welcome to all of our new subscribers. If you haven't subscribed yet, hit the subscribe button down below. Keep an eye on the channel as well. We're going to do a quick plan for something to do tomorrow. We most likely do a TUI UK op from Dalaman back to Stansted, the repeat of what we were supposed to achieve yesterday, but failed to do so. Paris says let's put live weather on. Let's have a quick look. Hopefully Dalaman Stansted sounds like a good thing for you guys, or a good idea to you guys. Yeah, no difference, look. Pretty cool. Thanks for being a part of the stream today, folks. Thank you to all your advice and your help over the last 24 hours too, fixing some of the weird sim issues and things like that. It's great to be back. What a route to return on after yesterday's troubles. Hope you guys all enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you to our ATC. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great time. See you soon.